Shalom, Israel.
Shalom, shalom.
Sorry for the delay. We had to get this recording together. So we got it together. We're going to go ahead and get started. Today's presentation will be called What Means the Testimonies and Statutes and Judgments. So we're going to use today's presentation to show how vital the testimonies are as the statutes and the judgments are. And we're going to use these testimonies to show and to give light on a few chapter and verses that many Israelites truly don't understand this day. So we're going to use the testimonies. We're going to teach what testimonies are, and we're going to use the testimonies to give the light of the matter of the chapter and verses that many Israelites do not truly understand this day. Our brother Yamin Israel will read Psalms 26 and Psalms 50 for us all, and then we'll get back into the presentation. At this time, it will be a good time to get yourself a pen and a piece of paper and a holy scripture where you can jot down these most relevant scriptures that we will use this day. It's going to be just like jury duty. We're going to witness for the Creator this day. Yamin, if you're ready, you got the floor. Brother Yamin. Is Yamin on the line? Shalom, Israel.
Shalom, shalom.
Yeah, we ready.
Shalom.
Shalom again, Israel. Today's presentation will be called What Means the Testimonies. Brother Yamin Israel will read Psalms 26 and Psalms 50 for us all, and then we'll get straight into the presentation. Sorry for any delays. You got the floor, brother.
Shalom, everyone. As my dear brother stated, we will be reading, starting the presentation with Psalms 26, please. If everyone in there. That's Psalms 6. It reads, "Judge me, O Yahweh, for I have walked in my integrity. I have trusted also in Yahweh. Therefore I shall not slide. Examine me, O Yahweh, and prove me. Try my reins and my heart. For thy loving kindness is before my eyes, and I have walked in thy truth. I have not sat with vain persons, neither will I go in with dissemblers. I have hated the congregation of evildoers, and will not sit with the wicked. I will wash my hands in innocency, so will I compass thine altar, O Yahweh, that I may publish with the voice of thanksgiving and tell all thy wondrous works. Yahweh, I have loved the habitation of thy house and the place where thine honor dwelleth. Gather not my soul with sinners, nor my life with bloody men, in whose hands is mischief, and their right hand is full of bribes. But as for me, I will walk in mine integrity. Redeem me and be merciful unto me. My foot standeth in an even place. Let me read that again. My foot standeth in an even place. In the congregations will I bless Yahweh. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
I would love everyone to turn to Psalms 50, as my brother stated. That's Psalms 50.
What's up, yeah? What's the number of? It's in here.
Hello? What you say, brother?
That's
What's the yeah. What's the number?
I said Psalm 50.
50?
Psalm 50. Psalms 50.
Okay.
You said my phone breaking up?
No, I can hear you, brother. Go ahead.
Oh. It reads, "The mighty Elohim, even Yahweh, have spoken, and called the earth from the rising of the sun unto the going down thereof. Out of Zion, the perfection of beauty, Elohim have shined. Our Elohim shall come, and shall not keep silence. A fire shall devour before him, and it shall be very tempestuous round about him. He shall call to the heavens from above, and to the earth, that he may judge his people. Gather my saints together unto me, that have made a covenant with me by sacrifice. And the heavens shall declare his righteousness, for Elohim is judge himself, Selah. Hear, O my people, and I will speak, O Israel, and I will testify against thee. I am Elohim, even thy Elohim. I will not reprove thee for thy sacrifices or thy burnt offerings, to have been continually before me. I will take no bullock out of thy house, nor he-goats out of thy folds. For every beast of the forest is mine, and the cattle upon 1,000 hills. I know all the fowls of the mountains, and the wild beasts of the field are mine. If I were hungry, I would not tell thee, for the world is mine, and the fullness thereof. Will I eat the flesh of bulls, or drink the blood of goats? Offer unto Elohim thanksgiving, and pay thy vows unto the Most High. And call upon me in the day of trouble. I will deliver thee, and thou shalt glorify me. But unto the wicked Elohim said, what hast thou to do to declare my statutes, or that thou shouldest take my covenant in thy mouth? Seeing that thou hatest instruction, and cast my words behind thee. When thou sawest a thief, then thou considerest with him, and hast been partaker with adultery. Thou givest thy mouth to evil, and thy tongue frameth deceit. Thou sittest and speakest against thy brother. Thou slanderest thy own mother's son. These things hast thou done, and I kept silent. Thou thoughtest that I was altogether such as one as thyself. But I will reprove thee, and set them in order before thine eyes. Now consider this, ye that forget Elohim, lest I tear you in pieces, and there be none to deliver. Whoso offereth praise glorifieth me, and to him that ordereth his conversation aright will I shew the salvation of Elohim. Hallelujah! Hallelujah! Hallelujah!
Hallelujah. And Shalom, Israel. First and foremost, we'd like to give thanks and praise to the Creator of the heaven and earth and everything therein is by saying Hallelujah. And once again, Shalom, Israel. Today's presentation will be called What Means the Testimonies and Statutes and Judgments. Today, we are called as jury duty to witness and testify for our Creator. And what we will use to witness and testify for our Creator is the testimonies, the laws, the statutes, and the judgments that we find in the scriptures of truth. Before we get into this great presentation, which is called What Means the Testimonies, I would love to warn the listening audience by way of Proverbs or by way of wisdom that we may hear and fear Yahweh. It tells us, if we all turn our holy scriptures to Proverbs, the 3rd chapter. Proverbs, the 3rd chapter, once again. And it tells us in Proverbs, the 3rd chapter, if we read the 1st to the 7th verse, it tells us, my son, forget not my law, but let thy heart keep my commandments. For length of days and long life and peace shall they add to thee. Let not mercy and truth forsake thee. Bind them about thy neck. Write them upon the table of thy heart. So shall thou find favor and good understanding in the sight of Elohim and man. Trust in Yahweh with all thy heart, and lean not into thy own understanding. In all thy ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct thy path. Be not wise in thy own eyes. Fear Yahweh and depart from evil. And this presentation will denote us not being wise in our own eyes, but fearing Yahweh and departing from evil, and to allow Yahweh to direct our path. It also tells us in the book of Proverbs, if we take a look at the 30th chapter again, and let's read the 5th and 6th verse. For it tells us again in Proverbs 30, 5 and 6, every word of Elohim is pure. He is a shield unto them that put their trust in him. Add thy not into his words, lest he reprove thee, and thy be found a liar. And today we are using this presentation to show who have added and who have taken away from the path that Yahweh have put his children on. And the only way that we can truly prove these things is by way of testimonies. One more place that I would love to go to in warning Israel using wisdom is found in the book of Ecclesiastes. Let us all please turn our scriptures to the book of Ecclesiastes, and let's take heed to what is written in the 12th chapter of Ecclesiastes. For it tells us in the book of Ecclesiastes, the 12th chapter, the very first verse, and it reads, remember now thy Creator in the days of thy youth, while the evil days come not, nor the years draw nigh, when thou shalt say, I have no pleasure in them. While the sun, or the light, or the moon, or the stars be not darkened, nor the clouds return after the rain. In the day when the keepers of the house shall tremble, and the strong men shall bow themselves, and the grinders cease because they are few, and those that look out of the windows be darkened, and the doors shall be shut in the streets, when the sound of the grinding is low, and he shall rise up at the voice of the bird, and all the daughters of music shall be brought low. Also, when they shall be afraid of that which is high, and fears shall be in the way, and the almond tree shall flourish, and the grasshopper shall be a burden, and desire shall fail, because man goes to his long home, and the mourners go about the streets. Or ever the silver cord be loosed, or the golden bowl be broken, or the pitcher be broken at the foundation, or the wheel broken at the centering, then shall the dust return to the earth as it was, and the spirit shall return into Elohim, who gave it. Vanity of vanities, said the preacher, all is vanity. And moreover, because the preacher was wise, he still taught the people knowledge. Yea, he gave good heed, and sought out and set in order many proverbs. The preacher sought to find out acceptable words, and that which was written was upright. And that's what we're going to prove this day. Even words of truth. The words of the wise are as galls, and as nails fastened by the masters of assembly, which denotes certainty, which are given from one shepherd. And further, by these, my son, be acknowledged of making many books. There is no end. And much study is a weariness of the flesh. Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear Elohim and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man. For Elohim shall bring every work into judgment with every secret thing, whether it be good or whether it be evil. And as I stated today, we can also call this lesson jury duty, because we are going to witness for our Creator, and we will find out this day who is guilty of adding and taking away. It tells us, Israel, if we turn our scriptures to Psalms 40. Let us please turn our scriptures to Psalms 40. For it tells us in Psalms 40 these great words. And it reads, starting at the very first verse, and when we bring forth these scriptures, the things that is being witnessed come about firsthand witnessing. These are the words that the Israelites quoted and repeated over and over again because they seen these things with their own eyes, or these things were told to them by their fathers as commanded, that they will never forget what they have witnessed. Thus, it tells us in the first verse of Psalms 40, I waited patiently for Yahweh, and he inclined unto me and heard my cry. He brought me up also out of an horrible pit, out of the murky clay, and set my feet upon a rock, and established my goings. And these testimonies that we're going to bring forth today supposed to allow us to know exactly what Yahweh told the Israelites, and it allows them to know if they are on the right path or not. Thus it reads in the 3rd verse, and he put a new song in my mouth, even praises into our Elohim. Many shall see it and fear and shall trust in Yahweh. And that is the point and the purpose of this presentation. Blessed is that man that make Yahweh his trust, and respect not the proud, nor such as turn aside to lies. Many, Yahweh, my Elohim, are thy wonderful works, which thou hast done, and thy thoughts, which are to us word, they cannot be reckoned up in order unto thee. If I would declare and speak of them, they are more than can be numbered. Sacrifice and offering thou did not desire. My ears hast thou opened. Burnt offerings and sin offerings hast thou not required. Then said I, Lo, I come. In the volume of the book, it is written of me. And this great volume of the book that testifies all that Yahweh has said and done belongs unto the people that Yahweh made a covenant with. Today we have people teaching that there's only 5 books: Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, that we are to adhere to. But according to the testifying of the psalmist in the 40th chapter, it allows us to know that it is not so, but it is the volume of the book that is written of me. I delight to do thy will, O my Elohim. Yea, thy law is within my heart. And note, he delights to do thy will, Yahweh's will. O my Elohim, yea, thy law is within my heart. I have preached righteousness in the great congregation. Lo, I have not refrained my lips. O Yahweh, thou knowest. And to preach righteousness in the great congregation, it takes testimonies, it takes statutes, it takes laws, it takes judgments to preach righteousness in the great congregation. The 10th verse reads, I have not hid thy righteousness within my heart. I have declared thy faithfulness by way of testimonies and thy salvation. I have not concealed thy loving kindness and thy truth from the great congregation. Withhold not thy tender mercies from us, O Yahweh. Let thy loving kindness and thy truth continually preserve us. And it will this day, because not only will we speak about the law, the statutes, the commandments, the judgments, but we will show the evidence thereof by way of testimonies. One should ask, what is a testimony? And the reason I say that is because it has been asked. Even by so-called elders, it has been asked, your brother, what means the testimonies? And the testimonies allow us to know the way that things went. The testimonies is a powerful tool in sharing what Yahweh has done. A testimony is evidence that demonstrates the testimony given by witnesses. A testimony is honesty. A testimony is confidence. A testimony means to repeat, to return, or do again. And that which was to be repeated, returned, or do again denotes Yahweh testimony. And Yahweh testimony is self-revelation. It's his heart's desire. It's his requirements and standards. So when we bring forth the testimonies, we bring forth Yahweh's desire. We bring forth his requirements. We bring forth his standards. So no matter what your brother or sister or anyone else may say, if they are not preaching according to the Yahweh's heart desire, if they are not preaching according to his requirements, if they are not teaching or preaching according to his standards, then they will find themselves in error. They will find themselves adding and taking away. And a couple of the laws that we will establish today that many people have never been able to show a testimony is dealing with the Sabbath, dealing with the kings and King David, dealing with what is written in Deuteronomy 29 and Deuteronomy 30. Today we will bring forth testimonies to give a better light, to give the light on the matter. It tells us also, if we turn our scriptures to Psalm 78. Psalms 78. And it reads in Psalm 78, if we read the first 8 verses, and in your spare time, read the whole chapter that consists of 72 verses, because it is a great testimony. It is a great testimony to show the path that Yahweh placed his people on. And these paths that Yahweh placed his children on does not change. It is forever. Thus, we need to read them to know what is forever. That way we won't be mistaken that our dwellings is wherever we are at, or that we are to keep the Sabbath wherever we are at, or that we are to return to a broken covenant wherever we are at. So we are to take heed to these testimonies, for it will allow us to know exactly what Yahweh said and exactly what the Israelites did or did not do. Thus, it tells us in Psalm 78, the very first verse, give ear, O my people, to my law. Incline your ears to the words of my mouth. I will open my mouth in a parable. I will utter dark sayings of old. Not something new, not something that Yahweh has not said and done, not something that the fathers of Israel did not see, but that which is of old. And it tells us in the third verse, which we have heard. How did they hear it? By way of testimony, by way of testifying, which we have heard and known, and our fathers have told us. We will not hide them from their children, showing to the generation to come the praises of Yahweh and his strength and his wonderful works that he have done. For he established a testimony in Jacob and appointed a law in Israel, which he commanded our fathers. Please take note that they should make them known unto their children. Well, today, when we make the testimonies known, they seem to be foreign to the children and the so-called elders. The elders speak against the testimonies. They say that they can do one better than the testimonies, and that's not truth based on every word that we will read this day. There isn't anything that you can do better than the testimony. And why not? Because Yahweh command the testimony to be so. So in your praising Yahweh, you must acknowledge and confirm all the testimonies, because the testimonies will allow you to know if you are on the right path or not. Thus, it reads again in the 5th verse, for he established a testimony in Jacob and appointed a law in Israel, which he commanded our fathers, that they should make them known to their children, that the generation to come might know them, even the children which should be born, who shall arise and declare them to their children. Well, that's impossible if we are not using the testimonies, that they might set their hope in Elohim. The testimonies are so sure that you are to put your hope in them. It reads, that they might set their hope in Elohim and not forget the works of Elohim. If you don't know the testimonies of Yahweh, you don't know all the works of Yahweh. The testimonies of Yahweh is to allow us to know the works of Yahweh. It tells us, but keep his commandments, and might not be as their fathers, a stubborn and rebellious generation. Refuse to acknowledge the testimonies. When your brother asks you, well, can you show a testimony for your understanding of these scriptures? They hate when you even bring it up, because they never can produce a testimony. And the only reason they can not produce a testimony is because they are on the wrong path. If they are on the correct path and their understanding is correct, they should easily be able to back it up with evidence, with witnessing, with testimonies. Thus, the last verse that I will read in this chapter, Psalm 78, will be verse 8, and it reads again, and might not be as their fathers, a stubborn and rebellious generation, and we even got testimony of that. A generation that set not their heart aright, and whose spirit was not steadfast with Elohim. How could their spirit be steadfast with Yahweh without the testimonies? It also tells us one more place why we still in Psalms, and I would like for the listening audience to go to Psalms 19. Psalms 19. For it tells us in Psalms 19, if we all turn there, please, and start at the very first verse, it reads in Psalms 19, verse 1, the heavens declare the glory of Elohim. It witnesses. It signals. It declares the glory of Elohim. And the firmament shows his handiwork. Day into day utter speech, and night into night shows knowledge. There is no speech nor language where their voice is not heard. Their line is gone out through all the earth, and their words to the end of the world. In them have he set a tabernacle for the sun, for the light, which is as a bridegroom coming out of his chamber, and rejoices as a strong man to run a race. His going forth is from the end of the heaven, and his circuit into the ends of it. And there is nothing hid from the heat thereof. Israel, the law of Yahweh is perfect, converting the soul. The testimony of Yahweh is sure, and please take note, making wise the simple. We got people that call themselves wise, call themselves elders, call themselves all these different titles of distinguishing or distinguishment, making themselves one of a distinguished gentleman or woman. But the Almighty allows us to know that the testimonies of Yahweh is sure, making the wise the simple. Because the truth of the matter is what Yahweh has said and done. And if you are truly wise, you would know the testimonies to back up what Yahweh has said and done. The 8th verse reads, the statutes of Yahweh are right, rejoicing the heart. The commandment of Yahweh is pure, enlightening the eyes. The fear of Yahweh is clean, enduring forever. The judgments of Yahweh are true and righteous altogether. And note the entities that Psalms 19 speak about. It speaks about the law. It speaks about the commandments. It speaks about the statutes. It speaks about the judgments. And it speaks about the testimonies. For all those things denote the glory of Yahweh. It denotes the path that Yahweh covenanted with his children, that they was to be on forever, because Yahweh changes not. And with us being in the days of darkness, seeking the light of our Creator, we must consult ourselves with the law, with the statutes, with the judgments, and the testimonies. Thus it tells us in the 10th verse, more to be desired are they. What is they? They are the judgments. They are the fear. They are the statutes. They are the judgments. And they are the testimonies. And they are the commandments. So out of those entities, it tells us again in the 10th verse, more to be desired. Even though we got elders saying we don't need the testimonies, or they got something even better than the testimonies. It tells us in the 10th verse, more to be desired are they than gold, yea, than much fine gold, and they are even sweeter also than honey, and the honeycomb. And it also tells us in the 11th verse, moreover by them, including the testimonies, thy servant warned, and in keeping of them there is great reward. And one of the greatest rewards that you will receive in keeping of them is understanding. It tells us, who can understand his errors? Cleanse thy me from secret faults. Keep back thy servant also from presumptuous sin, being arrogant, being pride-hearted. Let them not have dominion over me. Then, for there is a time for everything and a season under the sun. Then shall I be upright, and I shall be innocent from the great transgression. Let the words, as we pray each and every week before we give our presentations, let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in thy sight. So that allows us to know that even though you meditate, even though you're meditating in your heart, it lets us know even though you have allowed many words to come out of your mouth, they ain't nothing but words and meditation if they be not acceptable in Yahweh's sight. So there's one way to follow Yahweh. There's one way to praise Yahweh. There's one way to witness for your Creator. Thus it says again, let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in thy sight, Yahweh, my strength and my Redeemer. Well, today we're going to see if the words of our mouth be acceptable and the meditation of our heart be acceptable to Yahweh by witnessing for him by way of testimonies, laws, statutes, and judgments. When we search the scriptures, the first sign of testimonies is found in the book of Exodus, far as the word itself. But the meaning of testimonies is found in Genesis. And there are several places in Genesis where it does not say testimony, but it means testimony, and they use the word witness. In the book of Genesis, dealing with witness, we can find, I'll just give you these because we're going straight to where it says testimonies. But in the book of Genesis, the 21st chapter, the 30th verse, it denotes testimonies. Genesis, the 21st chapter, the 30th verse, denotes testimonies. That's one of the first places that you find witness or testimony in your Holy Scripture. Genesis, the 21st chapter, the 30th verse. Well, dealing with testimony, the first time you see that word being used in the scriptures of truth is found in Exodus, the 21st chapter. Let me take one good look. Exodus, the 21st chapter, it speaks about testified, but the actual testimony is found in Exodus, the 16th chapter. Exodus, the 16th chapter. Before we go into the scriptures, I tried to give a biblical definition of testimony. I would like to give the definition of testimony and testimonies. We can find the definition of testimony in your concordance under 8584. Testimony can be found in your Hebrew concordance under 8584. And this is what it says. It reads, dealing with testimony under 8584, Tida, this feminine noun comes from Judah 57:49. It means attestant, a precept, a law, a statute, a custom, an announcement. There are only 3 occurrences in the Old Testament, and we will read those 3 occurrences. And the 3 occurrences of this word is found in the book of Ruth 4th chapter, the 7th verse. And it is also found in Isaiah 8 and 16. And also found in Isaiah 8 and 20. For testimonies, that is found in your Hebrew concordance under 5713. 5713 is where you will find testimonies, the definition thereof. And what we find here is these words. Edha, E-D-H-A-H, this feminine noun originated from Edha, E-D-H. It means witness, something that testifies. And there is a example of that in Genesis 31:52. It's also testimony, as I stated earlier, found in Genesis 21 and 30. Attestation, prescription, a precept of Elohim, as we read last week or week before last, when our brother Yamin read Psalms 119 for us all. It says, this noun was used only of things affirming permanency and unequivocal facts, such as ownership, a contract, or a covenant with Elohim. So that is the definition of testimony and testimonies. I thought it would be wise to give that definition again, because I heard from people's mouths that they do not know what is the testimonies, and they do not know why they brother stand fast on testimonies. They do not know why they brother ask them for testimonies upon or comparing to their understanding. And the reason why, as we read in the definition, it denotes truth. It is a witness that the things that we are reading and comprehending is true. So if we are to tell our children and the generation to come, we were to tell them by way of testimonies that they would have their hope in those same words and in those same acts that they see their fathers doing under the covenant of the law. The presentation is called What Means the Testimonies and the Statutes and Judgments. Let us turn to that particular place. For your brother do not put up titles that he make up in his head. I usually use titles from the book or words from the book to establish our title points. And today, the point that we are bringing up is what means the testimonies. Well, let us turn our holy scriptures to Deuteronomy, the 6th chapter. Deuteronomy, the 6th chapter. And it tells us in Deuteronomy, the 6th chapter, if we all turn there, please, these words. And I'm going to start one second. I would like to start at the very first verse. And the reason I want to start at the very first verse is because it testifies to something very important that many of the so-called Israelites truly reject or just don't understand. It testifies to where Yahweh commanded the Israelites to keep all that he said, even the Sabbath. It testifies. And if we are to understand, if we are to keep the laws in the land of the heathen or in the land of promise, we must come to that conclusion by way of testimony. Thus it tells us in Deuteronomy 6, verse 1. Now these are the commandments, the statutes, and the judgments, which Yahweh your Elohim commanded to teach you, that ye might do them in the land whether you go to possess it. Now this is law. And many people say they keeping the laws and they under the laws, but they keep disregarding this law. If the Almighty covenanted to our fathers where all was to be done, and he let you know what he's talking about dealing with all, for it starts off with the commandments, statutes, and the judgments. It tells us that the Israelites was to be taught. And it also tells us that they might do them in the land, whether ye go to possess it. That does not denote the land of your bondage, nor the land of your captivity. But it denotes the land that you found yourself free in, serving the true and living Creator. It tells us in the second verse that thou mayest fear, note, in obeying this command. It shows the fear. So if you don't acknowledge and confirm this command, it's only because you have lack of fear of Yahweh. And we start the presentation out by taking the people to the book of wisdom, allowing them to know not to lean upon your own understanding, but fear Yahweh and depart from evil. So if what you've been saying and teaching lately do not coincide with what is written, then you are to drop it. And your dropping of it shows your fear. And it also shows your wisdom. Thus it reads again in the second verse, that thou mayest fear Yahweh thy Elohim, to keep all his statutes and his commandments, which I command thee, thy and thy son, and thy son's son, all the days of thy life. So it don't change. And that thy days may be prolonged. Hear therefore, O Israel, and observe to do it, that it may be well with thee, and that ye may increase mightily, as Yahweh Elohim of thy fathers hath promised thee. Where at? Wherever you at? In the land that floweth with milk and honey. Hear, O Israel, Yahweh our Elohim is one Yahweh. And thou shalt love Yahweh thy Elohim with all thy heart and with all thy soul. And to love Yahweh with all thy heart and all thy soul, you must witness for him. You must confirm the testimonies. And with all thy might. And these words which I command thee this day shall be in thy heart, and thou shalt teach them diligently, as we read in Psalm 78, 1 through 8. It tells us here, and thou shalt teach them diligently into thy children. Because your children going to ask, what is you doing? And when they ask you, what are you doing, Dad or Mom, you are to witness for your Creator. And you witness by confirming and acknowledging and declaring the testimonies. For it tells us in the 7th verse, and thou shalt teach them diligently into thy children, and shalt talk of them when thou sittest in thy house, and when thou walkest by the way, and when thou liest down, and when thou risest up. You are to talk about the testimonies, which includes the laws, the statutes, and the judgments, and all that Yahweh has said and done. The 8th verse reads, and thou shalt bind them for a sign upon thy hand, and they shall be a frontlet between thy eyes, and thou shalt write them upon the posts of thy house, and upon thy gates. And it shall be, when Yahweh thy Elohim shall have brought thee into the land which he sware unto thy fathers. We got to witness this. We got to testify these things that Yahweh has sworn to our fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, to give thee great and goodly cities which thou buildest not, and houses full of all good things which thou fillest not, and wells dig which thou diggest not, vineyards and olive trees which thou plantest not. When thou shalt have eaten and be full, then be aware, lest thou forget Yahweh, which brought thee forth out of the land of Egypt from the house of bondage. Thou shalt fear Yahweh thy Elohim, and serve him, and shall swear by his name. Ye shall not go after other gods, of the gods of the people, which are round about you, for Yahweh thy Elohim is a jealous Elohim among you. Lest the anger of Yahweh thy Elohim be kindled against thee, and destroy thee from off the face of the earth. Ye shall not tempt Yahweh your Elohim, as ye tempt him in Manasseh. And there are testimonies for each and every one of these words. We can show where our fathers tempted Yahweh. Ye shall diligently keep the commandments of Yahweh your Elohim, and what? His testimonies, and what? His statutes, which he hath commanded thee. So, for those that did not know, testimonies is commanded just like statutes, laws, and judgments. So no longer can you look at these testimonies when your brother bring them up as of nothing. Like you don't have to take heed to the testimonies long as you reading the law, the statutes, and the judgments. If you have that mindset, you are totally in error. You are either adding or you are taken away. For in the book of the law, in the book of Deuteronomy, the 6th chapter, the 17th verse reads again, ye shall diligently keep the commandments of Yahweh your Elohim and his testimonies. Again, testimonies is found in your Hebrew concordance under 57:13. And his statutes, which he hath commanded thee. And thou shalt do that which is right. Please take note. The commandments, the testimonies, the statutes is right. And the testimonies allow us to know what is right. If you ever find yourself in doubt, read the testimonies, and it will allow you to know what Yahweh did and said. It will allow you to know what the Israelites did or did not do. It allows you to know if what they did or did not do was accepted. It allows you to know what they did or did not do is are you to repeat it or to return to it? The 18th verse reads, and thou shalt do that which is right and good in the sight of Yahweh, that it may be well with thee, and that thou mayest go in and possess the good land, which Yahweh sware unto thy fathers. To cast out all thy enemies before thee, as Yahweh has spoken. And please take note of the 20th verse, for this is where the title of today's presentation comes from. For it truly tells us, and when thy son, and based on this verse, many people have been lying to their children, especially those that do not use testimonies or feel that they don't need to use testimonies, that they got something even better than testimonies. All you have done is lied to your children and your brothers and sisters. For it tells us, and when thy son asks thee, in time to come, for there is a time and season for everything under the sun, saying, what mean the testimonies and the statutes and the judgments which Yahweh our Elohim have commanded you or have covenanted with you? The 21st verse reads, then thou shalt say unto thy son, we was Pharaoh bondsmen in Egypt, and Yahweh brought us out of Egypt with a mighty hand. And Yahweh showed signs and wonders, great and sore, upon Egypt, upon Pharaoh, and upon all his household before our eyes. Please take note of eyewitnessing. The people that was to tell their sons what means ye by these testimonies is telling the son that we seen it with our own eyes. We are the witnesses of the great works of Yahweh. And when we give him glory, we testify about all that he has said and done, all that we seen with our own eyes. So when we in doubt today, being Johnny come lately in darkness, and we try to find out the path of our fathers, and we start to insinuate, all we have to do is read the testimonies, for the testimonies will witness for our Creator. And that's exactly what the Father is telling the Son, that just asked him what means the testimonies and the statutes and the judgments. Again, it says in the 22nd verse, and Yahweh showed signs and wonders, great and sore, upon Egypt, upon Pharaoh, and upon all his household before our eyes. And he brought us out from thence, that he might bring us in. So it allows us to know by way of testimony, Yahweh brought the Israelites out of Egypt to bring them in, to give them the land which he swore unto their fathers. And Yahweh commanded us to do all these statutes, to fear Yahweh our Elohim. So to show your true fear of Yahweh, you will keep the statutes, the ordinances, the judgments, the testimonies, because as it reads in the 24th verse, and Yahweh commanded us, talking about the fathers in the wilderness that came out of Egypt, to do all these statutes, to fear Yahweh, our Elohim, for our good always. So always the statutes will allow, the testimony and statutes will allow you to know if you are on the right path or not. It says again in the 24th verse, and Yahweh commanded us to do all these statutes, to fear Yahweh our Elohim, for our good always, that he might preserve us alive, as it is at this day, when they found themselves in the wilderness, the 40th year of their wandering. And it shall be our righteousness if we observe to do all these commandments before Yahweh our Elohim, as he hath commanded us. Well, what was commanded? Based on what we just read in the 20th verse, the testimonies, the statutes, and the judgments. So you don't have any righteousness when you exclude the testimonies. When you say you got something better than the testimony, when you say you could do one better than the testimonies, you are leaning upon your own understanding. You have just taken away. You're not even doing all that is commanded, according to what we just read. It also tells us, Israel, if we turn our scriptures to Exodus, the 12th chapter. Exodus, the 12th chapter. The Israelites find themselves visited by their Creator, because Yahweh remembered his covenant that he made with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, because he heard the cry of his children and he seen their affliction. Thus, the scripture tells us he remembered his covenant. It tells us in Exodus, the 12th chapter, if we all turn there, please, dealing with testimonies. It tells us in Exodus, the 12th chapter, if we pick up at the 14th verse, it reads, "And this day shall be unto you for a memorial, and ye shall keep it a feast to Yahweh throughout your generations." And please take note of this, because we got people today that teach that they can keep the Passover in bondage, that teach that they are to make sure no leaven is seen in bondage. Not so if they take heed to the command, to the statute, to the judgment, and to the testimonies. It will allow them to know that they are truly on the wrong path. Thus it tells us, again in the 14th verse, "And this day shall be unto you for a memorial, and ye shall keep it a feast to Yahweh throughout your generations. Ye shall keep it a feast by an ordinance forever. 7 days shall you eat unleavened bread. Even the first day ye shall put away leaven out of your houses. For whosoever eat leavened bread from the first day until the 7th day, that soul shall be cut off from Israel. And in the first day there shall be a holy convocation. And in the 7th day there shall be an holy convocation to you. No matter of work shall be done in them, save that which every man must eat, that only may be done of you." And we're going to touch on that later in the presentation, but by showing a testimony of these same great words. "And ye shall observe the feast of unleavened bread. For in the selfsame day have I brought your armies out of the land of Egypt. Therefore, the reason why shall ye observe this day in your generation by an ordinance forever. In the first month, on the 14th day of the month at even, ye shall eat unleavened bread until the 21st day of the month at evening, which will give you 7 whole days. 7 days shall there be no leaven found in your houses. For whosoever eat that which is leavened, even that soul shall be cut off from the congregation of Israel. And note the penalty. That soul will be cut off from the congregation of Israel. I would like to ask all those that teach that we are to observe the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread, I would love to ask them in their wisdom and understanding, where is the congregation of Israel? It continued to tell us, whether he be a stranger or born in the land. And we know that Yahweh commanded our fathers that one law shall be to him that is homeborn, and to the stranger that sojourn among you. So again, for those that teach that Israel is to observe the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread today, they are truly in error, and they can't prove nor produce one witness, one testimony where Israel did what we are reading today in the land of their enemies, and it was accepted. It was by way of testimony. It continued to read in the 20th verse, ye shall eat nothing leavened in all your habitations, shall ye eat unleavened bread. Then Moses called for all the elders of Israel, and said unto them, draw out and take you a lamb according to your families, and kill the Passover. And ye shall take a bunch of hyssop and dip it in the blood that is in the basin, and sprinkle the lintel and the two side posts with the blood that is in the basin, and none of you shall go out at the door of his house until the morning. For Yahweh will pass through to smite the Egyptians. And when he sees the blood upon the lintel and on the two side posts, Yahweh will pass over the door and will not suffer the destroyer to come in into your houses to smite you. And ye shall observe this thing for an ordinance to thee and to thy sons forever. So it won't change. And we know, according to Deuteronomy 6, that your son would ask ye, what means ye by these testimonies, these statutes, and these judgments? And Yahweh hate a liar, thus we were not to lie to our children. Matter of fact, we was to know. We was to have the perfect answer, the right answer for our children, that they may have hope in Elohim. Thus it reads, in the 25th verse, and it shall come to pass when ye be come to the land, note where you had to be, which Yahweh will give you, according as he hath promised, that ye shall keep this service. And it shall come to pass when your children, so it don't have to just be your son, it's not a man thing, it's a family thing. So your son or daughter asks you, as it reads in the 26th verse, and it shall come to pass when your children shall say unto you, what means ye by this service? So today, for those that believe that they are to observe the laws of Yahweh and keep the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread, have only lied to their children. Because it tells us here, and it shall come to pass, when your children shall say unto you, what means ye by this service? That ye shall say, it is the sacrifice of Yahweh's Passover, who passed over the houses of the children of Israel in Egypt, when he smote the Egyptians and delivered our houses, and the people bowed the head and worshiped. And the children of Israel went away and did as Yahweh had commanded Moses and Aaron, so did they. So it allows us to know that in this time, Our fathers was to use the eyewitnessing to explain why they are doing this service. Same with Deuteronomy 6. It also tells us in Deuteronomy 13, if we take a look there. And it tells us in Deuteronomy 13, if we pick up at the first verse, and it reads, "And Yahweh spake unto Moses, saying, Sanctify unto me all the firstborn." And for those that don't know what that means, all we have to do is keep reading, read the testimony, and you will know exactly what sanctify unto me all the firstborn means. Whatsoever opened the womb among the children of Israel, both of man and of beast, is mine. And Moses said unto the people, Remember this day in which ye came out from Egypt, out of the house of bondage, for by strength of hand Yahweh brought you out from this place. There shall no leavened bread be eaten. This day came ye out in the month Abib. So in your testimony, you're able to allow people know when they came out, what month it was, based on your testimony. And it shall be when Yahweh shall bring thee into the land of the Canaanites, and the Hittites, and the Amorites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites, which he sware unto thy fathers, to give thee a land flowing with milk and honey, that thou shalt keep this service in this month. So based on this testimony, and based on the law being given to the Israelites, it tells them exactly when and where they was to keep this service. 7 days thou shalt eat unleavened bread, and in the seventh day shall be a feast to Yahweh. Unleavened bread shall be eaten 7 days, and there shall no leavened bread be seen with thee, neither shall there be leaven seen with thee in all thy quarters. And we know, based on Deuteronomy, the 6th chapter, the first 3 verses, those quarters denoted the place that we possessed. Not where we found ourselves, but the place that we possessed. It continued to tell us, and thou shalt show thy son in that day, saying, by way of testimony, Israel, and thou shalt show thy son in that day, saying, this is done because of that which Yahweh did unto me when I came forth out of Egypt. And it shall be for a sign unto thee upon thy hand, and for a memorial between thy eyes, that Yahweh law may be in thy mouth, for with a strong hand have Yahweh brought thee out of Egypt. Thou shalt therefore keep this ordinance in his season from year to year. And it shall be when Yahweh shall, please take note, and it shall be when Yahweh shall bring thee into the land of the Canaanites, as he sware unto thee and to thy fathers, and shall give it thee, that thou shalt set apart unto Yahweh all that open the metric, your children, and of the beasts. And every firstling that come of a beast which thou hast, the males shall be Yahweh's. And every firstling of an ass thou shalt redeem with a lamb. And if thou wilt not redeem it, then thou shalt break his neck, the ass that is, and all the firstborn of man among thy children shall thou redeem. So the Almighty didn't want the firstborn to die. He wanted the firstborn to be redeemed. And you can find the redemption in the book of Leviticus, the 27th chapter, the last chapter of Leviticus. It also tells us, also in the book of Numbers, the 3rd chapter, the 11th to the 13th verse, you can find the redemption of the firstborn child, the male. And it shall be, please take note, because it is set up that your children will believe and have hope in Elohim as our fathers believed and had hope in Elohim. Thus we find again in the 14th verse, and it shall be when thy son asks thee in time to come, saying, what is this? That thou shalt say unto him, by way of testimony, by strength of hand, Yahweh brought us out from Egypt, from the house of bondage. And it came to pass, when Pharaoh would hardly let us go, that Yahweh slew all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, both the firstborn of man and the firstborn of beasts. Therefore I sacrifice to Yahweh all that open the metric, being males, but all the firstborn of my children I redeem. And it shall be for a token upon thy hand, and for frontlets between thy eyes. For by strength of hand Yahweh brought us forth out of Egypt. So far we done showed 3 to 4 different places where the law is commanded. And the Almighty allowed us to know that the law was to be done in our land, the same land that was promised to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. That's why it's called the Promised Land. And when we found ourselves in our land keeping these services, our children that don't know nothing or have not seen what Yahweh have done was to be informed by way of testimony why we are keeping this service. It gives light to the youth on what we are doing before them. It also tells us, if we go back, if we take a look at Exodus 22, for Exodus 22 is known, or one of the chapters known as the chapters of statutes and ordinances. Well, it says in Exodus 22, and we turn there, please, and take a quick look at the 29th verse. And it tells us in Exodus 22, in the 29th verse, thou shalt not delay to offer the first of thy ripe fruits, and of thy liquors, the firstborn of thy sons shall thy give unto me. So when somebody read this part of the law and they don't have a clue on what this means, what they are to do is consult the testimonies, and the testimonies will allow you to know or show you the light of the matter. Well, we just read in Exodus 13 where it speaks about offering the firstborn child and the firstborn of your beasts. And as I stated and as we read, your children will ask, what means ye by this service? And you was to confirm to him all that Yahweh said and did. It also, we have testimonies I'm not ready to go to yet, but I would like to go to, while we're still in Exodus, let's go to Exodus 32. We have many scriptures in the book of Exodus that talks about the testimony that was put in the ark, the testimony that represent the tabernacle. In Exodus 32, it tells us, if we take a look at the 15th verse, after the children of Israel found themselves in the wilderness, free among their Creator, under the covenant of the law, they was hard-headed, and they worshiped and made a golden calf. Thus we find in the 15th verse, and Moses turned and went down from the mount, and the 2 tables of the testimony were in his hand. The tables were written on both their sides. On the one side and on the other were they written. And the tables were the work of Elohim, and the writings was the writing of Elohim graven upon the tables. And by way of testimony, these are the things we would have told our children, because we seen and we had first-hand knowledge of these tables of stone, and these tables of stone denotes testimonies. They were even called testimonies because it denotes what Yahweh has said, and we was to testify to our children all that Yahweh has said, even the 10 Commandments. It also tells us in the book of Deuteronomy. If we go back to Deuteronomy to the 4th chapter, I just want to get these out, let y'all see what the Holy Scriptures says about testimonies, and then I want to shine light on 2 books that many of the Israelites truly don't understand, and that is Deuteronomy 29 and 30. But before I go there, I just want to show more scriptures dealing with the testimonies and show how vital they are for the Israelite survival and hope. It tells us in Deuteronomy, the 4th chapter, if we take a look at the 45th verse, Deuteronomy 4 and 45. And it tells us in Deuteronomy 4, where the Almighty exaltation to keep Elohim's law, and it also allows us to know about the eastern city of refuge. And then in the 44th verse, where Moses reiterates the law. And in his reiterating, he says these words. And this is the law, the 44th verse, which Moses set before the children of Israel. These are the testimonies and the statutes and the judgments which Moses speaks into the children of Israel after they came forth out of Egypt. So it allows us to know that the covenant that was made with the children of Israel in Egypt, they in the wilderness, they were not under in Egypt. These words are testifying that the covenant that the Israelites found themselves under in the wilderness, they were not under in Egypt. For it reads again, and this is the law which Moses set before the children of Israel. These are the testimonies and the statutes and the judgments which Moses speaks into the children of Israel after they came forth out of Egypt. So see how easy it is to use testimonies to get the truth of the matter. We got people today saying that Israel always knew the law. Israel always been under the covenant, and Israel kept the law and the Sabbath in Egypt. Well, according to the testimonies, according to the law, according to the statute, according to the judgment, that is a lie. And please take note of the 45th verse. The first word far as statute, judgment, and law is testimonies. So it allows us to know how vital that the testimonies are. It allows us to know that we were commanded. When I say we, I'm talking about the Israelites that was freed up out of Egypt, was commanded to do all that Yahweh said. Wisdom teaches us that every word of Elohim is pure. So when you read, these are the testimonies, that is pure. You don't supposed to overlook this word testimony because it don't say law, or because it don't say statute, or because it don't say judgment. This word testimony is just as important and vital to your survival as the word statute and judgments. And sad to say, we got many people that's saying that we're under the law today, and they disregard the testimonies and the judgments. And that's just a proof that they are on the wrong path. It also tells us, if we take a look in the book of Joshua. In the book of Joshua, the very next book after Deuteronomy, it tells us in the book of Joshua, and here in the book of Joshua, the word testimony or witness is being used. If If we pick up at the 6th verse, it tells us of the book of Joshua, the 4th chapter, that this may be a sign among you, that when your children ask, and note, here we is out of the wilderness into the land as Yahweh said we would be, and Yahweh stated while the children of Israel was in the wilderness several times that their children would ask them, what means ye by this service? They will ask you, what is this thing? They will ask you, what means the testimonies? Well, when they found themselves in the land, in the 4th chapter of Joshua, it tells us in the 6th verse that this may be a sign among you, that when your children ask their fathers in time to come, saying, what means ye by these stones? Then ye shall answer them that the water of Jordan were cut off before the ark of the covenant of Yahweh. When it passed over Jordan, the water of Jordan were cut off, and these stones shall be for a memorial unto the children of Israel forever. So a memorial is something that you have in your mind, between your eyes. And to rehearse or to rephrase this memorial, you will have to use the testimonies, especially if you was not there. Same way as it said about the Passover in the 12th chapter of Exodus. It said it will be a memorial. And it also said in that same chapter that your son will ask you, what means ye by this service? And we was to explain why we are doing this service by using the testimonies, by testifying what Yahweh did and said, what our fathers did or did not do. Thus it says again in the 7th verse, then ye shall answer them that the water of Jordan were cut off before the ark of the covenant of Yahweh. When it passed over Jordan, the water of Jordan were cut off, and these stones shall be for a memorial unto the children of Israel forever. And the children of Israel did so as Joshua commanded, and took up 12 stones out of the midst of Jordan, as Yahweh spake unto Joshua, according to the number of the tribes of the children of Israel, and carried them over with them into the place where they lodged, and laid them down there. So just using this example of keeping the laws, the statutes, and the judgments, and your children asking ye, what means ye by this work? What means ye by this service? What means ye by this act? And you was to confirm their curiosity by testifying what Yahweh said and did. And it allows us to know that the testimonies was very vital in all that Yahweh commanded his children. The testimonies is covenanted with the Israelites. You cannot say that you are keeping the covenant without keeping and knowing the testimonies. It's impossible. It also tells us, if we take a look at 1 Samuel. Well, before I go to 1 Samuel, I wanted to bring something else out in Exodus. I think I wanted to use Exodus 16. Exodus 16 we find dealing with the Sabbath. And this is the testimony of Israel's first observance of the Sabbath. Even though it tells us that ye are to keep the Sabbath holy and the law, we have a testimony of Israel receiving the Sabbath before they received the law. So here's a testimony of Israel receiving the Sabbath and how the Sabbath was to be done. And then 4 chapters later, you find where the Sabbath is given to the children of Israel under the covenant of the law. Well, in the testimony of the Sabbath, it tells us, please read the whole book of Exodus 16 in your spare time. I'm going to pick up at the 16th verse of the 16th chapter of Exodus. And it reads, "This is the thing which Yahweh hath commanded. Gather of it every man according to his eating, and armor for every man according to the number of your persons. Take ye every man," and please take note of this because we have so many people talking about Shabbat Shalom. We have so many people talking about the preparation day for the Sabbath. Well, if we are reading these testimonies diligently, as Yahweh commanded our fathers to do, we know that the preparation was never made nor done in bondage. We know that the preparation was provided by the Creator himself. Thus, it reads in the 16th verse, "This is the thing which Yahweh hath commanded. Gather of it every man according to his eating, and armor for every man according to the number of your persons. Take ye every man for them which are in his tents." And the children of Israel did so, and gathered some more, some less. And when they did melt it with, or measured it with an armor, he that gathered much had nothing over, and he that gathered little had no lack. They gathered every man according to his eating. And Moses said, "Let no man leave of it until the morning." It says, "Notwithstanding, they hearkened not unto Moses, but some of them left of it until the morning, and it bred worms and stank. And Moses was wroth with them. And they gathered in every morning, every man according to his eating. And when the sun waxed hot, it melted. And it came to pass that on the 6th day they gathered twice as much bread, 2 armors for one man. And all the rulers of the congregation came and told Moses." And this is a great point because we can use this as an example when we deal with our brothers and sisters today that teach that we are supposed to be gathering for the or making the preparation for the 6th day. We can use this for our brothers and sisters that teach that the Sabbath started at evening. We can use this for the people that teach that the Israelites are under the Sabbath today in bondage, because this is a testimony of what Yahweh said, and this is a testimony of what the Israelites did or did not do. This testimony keeps us on the right path. The testimony gives us the light and the understanding of the matter. Thus it reads, and it came to pass that on the 6th day they gathered twice as much bread, 2 almonds for one man, and all the rulers of the congregation came and told Moses, as if they did not know, as if that was not commanded. Thus it reads, and he said unto them, this is that which Yahweh has said. So we can use this. And with us using this today and showing this to our children will understand the path that Yahweh placed the Israelites on, and they will have hope in this, not in what they moray or not what their elder sister or brothers teaching, but they will have confidence and hope in this. Thus it reads, and he said unto them, this is that which Yahweh has said. Tomorrow is the rest of the holy Sabbath, and to Yahweh, not the 6th day at evening, not the 6th day at light, but tomorrow. And tomorrow will be the next light, because the 6th day, it tells us that they gathered every man according to his eating in the morning. So the next, if we're going by 24 hours, the next 24 hours from Friday morning or the 6th day morning will give you the 7th day morning, not the 7th day evening, nor the 6th day evening. Thus it continues, reads, again in the 23rd verse, and he said unto them, this is that which Yahweh has said, tomorrow is the rest of the holy Sabbath, and to Yahweh, bake that which you will bake today, and boil that ye will boil, and that which remain over, laid up for you to be kept into the morning. And they laid it up into the morning, as Moses blazed, and it did not stink, because they doing it according to the testimony. They doing it according to the statute. They doing it according to the judgment. Thus it did not stink, neither was there any worm therein. And Moses said, eat that today, for today is a Sabbath unto Yahweh. Today ye shall not find it in the field. 6 days ye shall gather it. But on the 7th day, which is the Sabbath, in it there shall be none. And note the next verse. And it came to pass that there went out some of the people on the 7th day for to gather, and they found none. Well, right here, they are in disobedience. And Yahweh uses the testimony to testify against them. Thus it reads in the 28th verse, and Yahweh said unto Moses, how long refuse ye to keep my commandments? and my laws? See, for that Yahweh have given you the Sabbath, therefore he give you on the 6th day the bread of 2 days. Abide ye every man in his place. Let no man go out of his place on the 7th day. So the people rest on the 7th day, and the house of Israel called the name thereof manna. And it was like corn seed, white, and the taste of it was like waffles made with honey. And Moses said, this is the thing which Yahweh commanded. So again, the testimonies help us to understand the things that Yahweh has said and done. It helps us to have understanding of what is being done and why. Thus it continued to read, and Moses said, this is the thing which Yahweh command, fill and armor of it to be kept for your generation. And note, we were to tell our children these things that they might have hope in Yahweh. Well, it says that they may see the bread wherewith I have fed you. That's a testimony. It's a witness. In the wilderness when I brought you forth from the land of Egypt. So he's telling them to get an armor that it may be kept for your generations, that they may see the bread wherewith I fed you in the wilderness, when I brought you forth from the land of Egypt. And this is another point that shows that the Israelites did not keep the Sabbath in Egypt. The 33rd verse reads, and Moses said unto Aaron, take a pot and put an armor full of manna therein, and lay it up before Yahweh, to be kept for your generation. As Yahweh commanded Moses, so Aaron laid it up before the testimony to be kept. And the children of Israel did eat manna 40 years until they came to the land inhabited. They did eat manna until they came into the borders of the land of Canaan. Now, an armor is the 10th part of an ephah. So what I'm using this to show is the testimony allow one to get understanding of what Yahweh commands. And it even allow us to know and see when someone go against that command that there was no other way of doing it. Thus, Yahweh said to Moses, how long refuse ye to keep my commandments and my law? Well, we being the reader know that they refuse because we are reading what happened. We are reading what was witnessed. We are reading what was testified. To allow one to know how vital the testimonies is dealing with keeping the covenant of the law. It also tells us there is a verbal testimony, and the verbal testimony can be found if we turn our scriptures to 2 Samuel. Let us turn to 2 Samuel, and let's see an example of a verbal testimony. And it tells us in 2 Samuel, if we all turn there, please, and look at the very first chapter. the 16th verse. I'll pick up at the 16th verse, at the 14th verse, to allow you to get a little more understanding of what's being said and how this becomes a verbal testimony. It tells us in the 14th verse, and David said unto him, how was thou not afraid to stretch forth thy hand to destroy Yahweh's anointed? And David called one of the young men and said, go near and fall upon him. And he smote him that he died. And David said unto him, thy blood be upon thy head, for thy mouth hath testified against thee, saying, I have slain Yahweh anointed. So in this first-hand account, in this first hand of witnessing what transpired in the war with Saul, the man said that out his own mouth, testifying against himself, that he put his hand upon the anointing of Yahweh. Thus it says again in the 16th verse, and David said unto him, thy blood be upon thy head, for thy mouth hath testified against thee, saying, I have slain Yahweh's anointed. So this is dealing more so of a verbal testimony, a verbal testifying. Another form of testimony, as we looked under 57:13, is witness. And we can find this witness if we take a look in the book of Nehemiah. In the book of Nehemiah, the 13th chapter. Let us all turn our scriptures to Nehemiah, the 13th chapter, to see an example of witnessing, a witness testimony. We just looked at a verbal one. Now we're looking at a witness, one that denotes one witnessing. And it tells us in Nehemiah, the 13th chapter, if we pick up the 14th verse, and this 13th chapter denotes testifying. It testified more than what we're about to read about one working on the Sabbath. It denotes all the things that Nehemiah reformed, what Nehemiah reformed once he got back in the land. It is a testimony of what he did and what the people did or did not do. Thus, it tells us in the 14th verse of the 13th chapter of Nehemiah, remember me, O my Elohim, concerning this, and wipe not out my good deeds that I have done for the house of my Elohim. And please take note of this chapter, because many people teach that Nehemiah is in captivity. Not so, based on the confession and the testimony that we find in this 13th chapter. For it tells us again in the 13th chapter, for it tells us again in the 14th verse, remember me, O my Elohim, concerning this, and wipe not out my good deeds that I have done for the house of my Elohim. Well, the house of Yahweh was only in the land of Canaan. So how could he ask Yahweh to not wipe out his good deeds if he is in captivity or if he's in bondage? How is he asking Yahweh not to wipe out his good deeds and that I have done for the house of my Elohim and for the officers thereof? It's impossible. But to clear that up, to make sure the people had the proper hope, all we had to use this testimony. And this testimony allows us to know that he was not in captivity, that he is not in bondage. That's a great way to establish that the testimony gives us light. The testimonies gives us understanding. Thus, it reads in the 15th verse, and this 15th verse denotes the witnessing or witnesses of a testimony or testifying. It says, in those days saw I in Yehuda. That's just like if we go to court and you come up and testify about the murder, what you've seen. If you give a testimony about the crime, what you've seen with your own eyes, how it happened, what color car they had, if they had a gun or not, that's testifying. That's testimony. And I said earlier, we can call it jury duty, because that's what we're doing when we testify the truth. When we bring forth these testimonies, we are testifying and witnessing for our Creator. We are bringing forth the evidence to prove that we have light on the matter. Thus it reads in the 15th verse, in those days saw I witness in Yehuda some trembling wine presses on the Sabbath, and bringing in sheaves and laying asses, as also wine, grapes, and figs, and all manner of burden, which they brought into Jerusalem. Well, if he in captivity, how is he an eyewitness of what's being brought in Jerusalem? For all those that teach Nehemiah is in captivity on the Sabbath day. And note, he's speaking about the Sabbath day being in the land of promise, not being in captivity. And I testified against them. Well, how would he testify? Wouldn't he have to go back and bring up what Yahweh has already said and did? Wouldn't he bring up where we just left, Exodus 16? Wouldn't he bring up Exodus 20 and 12? All the scriptures, Exodus 31 and 13 to 18, wouldn't he bring up all the scriptures where Yahweh told Israel how to keep how to keep the Sabbath? Those are the testimonies that he's going to use to put them back on the right track, to put them back on the right path, to show them the light of the matter. Not the darkness of the matter, but the light, the right way. Does it finish saying, and I testified against them in the day wherein they sold victuals. Another good place, since we're still here, I'll keep reading. It says, there dwelt men of Tyre, also therein, which brought fish and all manner of ware, and sold on the Sabbath, and to the children of Yehuda, and in Jerusalem. Then I contend with the nobles of Yehuda, and said unto them, what evil thing is this? based on the testimony, we can call it evil, because it is not the things that Yahweh said was to be done. So it says, what evil thing is this that ye do, and profane the Sabbath day? Look, note the testimony. Did not your fathers thus, and did not our Elohim bring all this evil upon us and upon this city? Absolutely. Yet ye bring more wrath upon Israel by profaning the Sabbath. Because the Almighty had already said what he was going to do to them for profaning the Sabbath before this time. And you can find that truth in Jeremiah, the 17th chapter, the 21st to the 23rd verse, talking about the kings entering in these gates, riding on the mules, if they kept the Sabbath and did not pollute it. So that's why he said, did not your fathers thus, and did not our Elohim bring all this evil upon us and upon this city? Absolutely. Send them straight to Babylon. The 19th verse says, and it came to pass that when the gate of Jerusalem began to be dark before the Sabbath, I commanded that the gates should be shut, and charged that they should not be open till after the Sabbath. And some of my servants set I at the gate, that there should no burden be brought in on the Sabbath day. So the merchants and sellers and all kind of ware lodged without Jerusalem once or twice. And we can use these testimonies to allow us to know if we were ever in this situation, if it was lawful or not for the enemy or someone else to be doing something in our land on the Sabbath day. And it allows us to know if they would be polluting it, and we would be helping them by not keeping the Sabbath holy and sanctified. Let's read. It says in the 20th verse, so the merchants and sellers of all kind of ware lodged without Jerusalem once or twice. Then I testified against them and said unto them, why lodge ye about the wall? Note, the first thing he did, he testified against them. He brought up the testimonies. And the testimonies denoted the statutes and the judgments. Thus it says, then I testified against them and said unto them, why lodge ye about the wall? If you do so again, I will lay hands on you. From that time forth came they no more on the Sabbath, because the law says he that defiled the Sabbath should die. It says, and I commanded the Levites that they should cleanse themselves, and that they should come and keep the gate. To do what? To sanctify the Sabbath day. And then he said, remember me, O my Elohim, concerning this also, and spare me according to the greatness of thy mercy. In those days also saw I Jews that had married wives of Ashdod and of Ammon and of Moab, and their children speak half in the speech of Ashdod, and could not speak in the Hebrew language, but according to the language of each people. This is another testimony of the children of Israel not taking heed to the statutes and the judgments, and he testified against them. And the only way he can testify against them is based on the testimonies, the statutes, and the judgments. So again, this is a testimony and a witness of things that was done in the land, if they should have been done or not. The wise man that used the testimonies, the statutes, and the judgments can testify against those people that's doing wrong, based on what Yahweh have already said and what Yahweh have already done. It also tells us if we go back to the book of Deuteronomy, and let's take a look at the 31st chapter of Deuteronomy. I think that's where I want to go. Yes. Deuteronomy 31. And it tells us in Deuteronomy 31, and it denotes to us testimonies. But these testimonies is going to be based on Yahweh testifying against his children. And he is allowing them to know the things I teach you, the things I command you. If you don't do them, these words will testify against you, and all the things that I said will befall you. Thus, it tells us in the 31st chapter of Deuteronomy. I would like to pick up at the 7th verse. I'll pick up at the 6th verse. And it reads, "Be strong and of a good courage. Fear not, nor be afraid of them. For Yahweh thy Elohim, he it is that does go with thee. He will not fail thee, nor forsake thee." And Moses called unto Joshua and said unto him in the sight of all Israel, "Be strong and of a good courage, for thou must go with this people into the land which Yahweh has sworn unto their fathers, to give them, and thou shalt cause them to inherit it. And Yahweh, he it is that does go before thee. He will be with thee. He will not fail thee, neither forsake thee. Fear not, neither be dismayed." And Moses wrote this law and delivered it into the priests, the sons of Levi, which bare the ark of the covenant of Yahweh, and into all the elders of Israel. And Moses commanded them, saying, at the end of every 7 years, in the solemnity of the year of release, and the feast of tabernacles, when all Israel is come to appear before Yahweh thy Elohim, in the place which he shall choose, thou shalt read this law before all Israel in their hearing. And when they're doing that reading, they are actually testifying. They are reading the testimonies that is left in the word to be read every 7th year in the Feast of Tabernacles. And then it reads, When all Israel is to come appear before Yahweh thy Elohim in the place which ye shall choose, thou shalt read this law before all Israel in their hearing. Gather the people together, man and woman, and children, and thy stranger that is within thy gates, that they may hear, and that they may learn, and fear Yahweh your Elohim, and observe to do all the words of this law, and that their children, which have not known anything, may hear and learn to fear Yahweh your Elohim as long as ye live in the land, whether ye go over Jordan to possess it. And Yahweh said unto Moses, Behold, thy days approach, that thou must die. Call Joshua and present yourself in the tabernacle of the congregation, that I may give him a charge. And Moses and Joshua went and presented themselves in the tabernacle of the congregation. And without this testimony, it will be hard for one to explain why is Joshua being used. Was Joshua appointed? But with the testimonies, it is easy to know and to believe, because the Almighty is testifying these things to our fathers in the wilderness. Thus it said, in the 15th verse, and Yahweh appeared in the tabernacle in a cloud, in a pillar of a cloud, and the pillar of the cloud stood over the door of the tabernacle. And Yahweh said unto Moses, Behold, thou shalt sleep with thy fathers, and this people will raise up. Look, Yahweh testifying these things, and it happened. Will raise up and go a-whoring after the gods of the strangers of the land, whether they go to be among them, and I will forsake me and break my covenant, which I had made with them. Today, a lot of people say Yahweh ain't broke nothing. Well, the testimony here don't say Yahweh broke anything. The testimony allows us to know, we Johnny-come-lately, that the Israelites would break his covenant, and they did. Thus it reads in the 17th verse, Then my anger shall be kindled against them in that day, and I will forsake them, and I will hide my face from them, and they shall be devoured. And many evils and troubles shall befall them, so that they will say in that day, Are not these evils come upon us, because our Elohim is not among us? Well, this testimony will allow one to know if Yahweh is among us this day. We got many people saying Yahweh talking to them, and Yahweh sent them, and Yahweh gave them this understanding, and Yahweh is among them. Well, according to the testimonies, that is not so. For we read in the book of Malachi that Yahweh changes not. And if he changed not, and the testimonies was for us to have hope in him, then these words must be true. And if these words are true, then Yahweh is not among us this day. We don't have to be over righteous. We don't have to be holier than that. We don't have to be delusional or play a role. The testimony allows us to know the situation. And it allows us to know that the situation is sure. Thus it reads in the 18th verse, and I will surely hide my face in that day for all the evils which they shall have wrought, and that they are turned into other gods. Now therefore write ye this song, because they don't believe. It's going to be a time where the children ask, even today, why are we here? Why are we cursed? Why can't we go home? Why don't we know who we are? It says, now therefore write ye this song for you, and teach it the children of Israel. Put it in their mouths, that this song may be a witness, a testimony for me against the children of Israel. For when I shall have brought them into the land which I sware unto their fathers, that floweth with milk and honey, and they shall have eaten and filled themselves and waxen fat, then will they turn into other gods and serve them and provoke me and break my covenant. Again, the Almighty testified that the children of Israel will break his covenant, even though we got people saying the covenant is not broken. If they know the testimonies, and if they believe and diligently keep the testimonies as Yahweh covenanted with the Israelites, then they would not say that the covenant is not broken. Or they would not say that the covenant is not broken. They will agree and note that the covenant is broken based on the law, based on the statutes, based on the judgments, and based on these testimonies. They will have light on the matter that the covenant of the law is truly broken. But you got to use the testimonies as covenanted. It says, now therefore write ye this song for you, and teach it the children of Israel. Put it in their mouths, that this song may be a witness for me against the children of Israel. For when I shall have brought them into the land which I sware unto their fathers, that floweth with milk and honey, and they shall have eaten and filled themselves and waxen fat, then will they turn into other gods and serve them and provoke me and break my covenant. And it shall come to pass, when many evils and troubles are befallen them, that this song, what? Shall testify against them as a witness. Again, Israel, the definition for testimony is witness. For it shall not be forgotten out of the mouth of their seed. And long as you go to that testimony, long as the fathers revealed what Yahweh commanded them to reveal to their children, it will not leave out of their mouth. For I know their imagination, which they go about, even now. And even now today, even though he's not talking about today, I'm applying it to today. We got people today saying that the covenant of the law is not broken. And the Almighty using this to testify against you, to let you know that it is, and let you know why it's broken and how it's broken, and how Yahweh had predicted that you will break it, and how he said all these evils and troubles will befall you. Again in the 21st verse, and it shall come to pass when many evils and troubles are befallen them, that this song shall testify against them as a witness, for it shall not be forgotten out of the mouth of their seed. For I know their imagination which they go about, even now, before I have brought them into the land which I swear. Moses therefore wrote this song the same day and taught it the children of Israel. Well, what did he teach them? He taught them a testimony that will testify against them soon as they break this covenant. It also tells us, if we turn our scriptures to the book of Isaiah, the book of Isaiah. It tells us in the book of Isaiah, if we look at the 8th chapter, and it tells us in the 8th chapter of Isaiah, if we pick up I will start in the book of Isaiah, the 8th chapter, and let's pick up at the 9th verse. And it tells us in Isaiah, the 8th chapter, starting at the 9th verse, and it reads, Associate yourselves, O ye people, and ye shall be broken in pieces. So that's the warning. And one could consult the testimonies or the law to find out why you will be broken in pieces if you associate yourselves. Well, let's read. It says, Associate yourselves, O ye people, and ye shall be broken in pieces, and give ear, all ye of far countries, grant yourselves, and ye shall be broken in pieces. Grant yourselves, and ye shall be broken in pieces. Take counsel together, and it shall come to naught. It didn't say read the testimonies, and it will come to naught. It says take counsel together, and it shall come to naught. As many of our brothers and sisters doing today. They taking counsel together. They talking about going to Washington next year, but it will come to naught. Not saying they're not going to make it to Washington. It's just to no avail. It will be vanity. Thus it reads again, take counsel together, and it shall come to naught. Speak the word, and it shall not stand. For Elohim is with us, according to the law, according to the statutes, according to the judgment, according to the testimonies. For Yahweh speak thus to me with a strong hand, and instructed me that I should not walk in the way of this people. And that's what this whole presentation is about. We're using this presentation to make sure that we are on the right path, that we are not walking with the wicked, or that we are not walking with those that lean upon their own understanding, but we are walking by way of law and testimony to make sure we understand and to make sure that we are on the right path, that we are witnessing that which is right for our Creator. Thus it says, for Yahweh spake thus to me with a strong hand and instructed me that I should not walk in the way of this people. Say ye not a confederacy to all them to whom this people shall say a confederacy. Neither fear ye their fear, nor be afraid. Sanctify Yahweh of hosts himself, and let him be your fear, and let him be your dread. And then it says, and he shall be for a sanctuary, but for a stone of stumbling, and for a rock of offense, to both the house of Israel, for a gin and for a snare, to the inhabitants of Jerusalem. And many among them shall stumble and fall and be broken and be snared and be taken. And right after those things were said, the Israelites was warned by these words we find in the 16th verse to the 20th verse, and it reads, bind up the testimonies against what we just read from the 9th verse to the 15th verse. The warning was in the 16th verse, bind up the testimony, seal the law or the teachings among my disciples, and I will wait upon Yahweh that hide his face. And we know why he hid his face, based on the testimony that we find in Deuteronomy, the 31st chapter. But here, with Isaiah understanding the testimonies and knowing what was said, it says in the 17th verse, and I will wait upon Yahweh that hide his face from the house of Jacob, and I will look for him. Behold, I and the children whom Yahweh hath given me are for signs and are for wonders in Israel, not in captivity nor in bondage, from Yahweh of hosts, which dwell in Mount Zion. And when they shall say unto you, seek unto them that have familiar spirits. Well, if you didn't know better, the first light, the first evidence that one would use to prove that they are in error is the testimonies. It says, and when they shall say unto you, seek unto them that have familiar spirits, and unto wizards that peep and that mutter, should not a people seek into their Elohim for the living and to the dead? And then it says, to the law or to the teachings and to the testimony, if they speak not according to this word, it is because there is no light in them. So again, it allows us to know that the testimonies allowed the children of Israel to have light in the matter and light in the path that they should go. If they ever in doubt, as it seemed like many of them was, because they wanted to seek those that mutter and those that peep. They wanted to seek into wizards and things like that, and people that had familiar spirits. But the warning was to the law and to the testimony. If they speak not according to this word, it is because there is no light in them. It says, and they shall pass through, because they ain't seeking the law, because they don't know the testimony, and they shall pass through it hardly be stead and hungry. And it shall come to pass that when they shall be hungry, they shall fret themselves and curse their king and their God and look upward. And they shall look into the earth and behold trouble, as Yahweh have testified, trouble and darkness, dimness of anguish, and they shall be driven to darkness. So the opposite of the law and testimony, the opposite of light is darkness. So if you're not using the law, the statutes, the judgments, the testimonies, you are in error. I don't care what you're teaching on. You're going to be in error. It's not going to go hand in hand with what Yahweh commanded our people. And we see that every day when people teach that we can keep the Sabbath wherever. We can return whenever. We can do this, that, and another whenever. Well, based on this formula, it will represent you being in darkness because you are not acknowledging the testimonies. And when your brother asks you to establish your understanding by way of testimony, guess what, Israel? You never have one. Out of all these teachings that your brother have asked you to show forth a testimony, none of them have been able to do it. And the only reason they ain't been able to do it because that is wrong. That's the only reason. Other than that, you will be able to show this is what Yahweh said and this is what the people did. If we were keeping the laws in captivity, you would be able to show that by way of testimony. It'd be written. Probably had the names of the people and everything. If we kept the Sabbath in wherever we was at, if we kept the law wherever we was at, we would have testimony to back that up, to show the light of the matter, to show that that is what Yahweh has said. But each and every time I ask my brother and sister for a testimony based on their fraudulent teachings, they can never produce one. And if I am lying, please produce one at the end of this presentation. So again, the opposite of light is darkness. The opposite of understanding is lack of understanding. And while we find ourselves in the book of Isaiah, it also tells us, if we turn our scriptures to the 43rd chapter of Isaiah. The 43rd chapter of Isaiah. And it tells us in the 43rd chapter of Isaiah about those that supposed to have the statutes and testimonies and judgments in their mouths. It says in the 43rd chapter of Isaiah, if we all turn there, please. And I will pick up at the 7th verse. And it reads, Isaiah 43:7 reads, even every one that is called by my name. For I have created him for my glory. So if you one of the people that Yahweh have created for his glory, you got to know the laws. You got to know the statutes. You got to know the judgments. You got to know the testimonies. It says, even everyone that is called by my name, for I have created him for my glory. I have formed him. Yea, I have made him. And then it reads, bring forth the blind people that have eyes, and the deaf that have ears, as we are doing this day, calling it jury duty. It says, let all the nations be gathered together, and let the people assemble. Who among them can declare this? Those that have the testimonies, the statutes, the judgments. It says, who among them can declare this and show us former things? The only way that you can show the former things accurately, you must use the testimonies that's written therein. You must. Or are you going to be backwards? You're going to say, no, we can do it here. No, we don't need a priest. No, don't worry about if there's a controversy. Everything you say is going to be backwards because you are not dealing with the light. You're going to be finding your conversation, your dialogue is going to be in darkness because y'all refuse to use the light. And the light of the matter is the testimonies that Yahweh covenanted with the Israelites. It is part of the law. And every word of Elohim is pure. He told you to love him with all your heart, mind, and soul. You can't love him with all your mind, heart, and soul without the testimonies. Because you will be going to the left or the right. You will be either adding or taking away. Thus it reads in the 9th verse, let all the nations be gathered together and let the people be assembled. Who among them can declare this and show us former things? Let them bring forth their witnesses. Well, the only witnesses that the true Israelite need is the testimonies. They don't have to go in another book. They don't have to make sure that Egypt has some notice or some mentioning of the Israelites. They don't have to, none of that. All they got to have is this. All they got to know is where it says and denote the testimonies of whatever the dialogue is, and Yahweh will make sure you're not ashamed. As we just read in Isaiah, the 8th chapter. Go ahead and do your counseling. Go ahead and seek the wizard. Go ahead and seek those that peep. But he warns you about that and tells you what to seek. And it is the law and the testimony. If you call yourself with light. If not, you will truly be in darkness dealing with the matter. So it tells us, again in the 9th verse, let all the nations be gathered together, let the people be assembled. Who among them can declare this and show us former things? Let them bring forth their witnesses, that they may be justified. And that's all I ever have asked of my brothers and sisters that have taught the scriptures wrong. All I have ever asked you was, where is your testimony? Please show me the testimony for your understanding. That way you will be justified. Other than that, you are not. If you can't show the testimony, you ain't justified in your teachings. And many of you have not been able to show a testimony that go with your understanding and your teachings. That means your understanding and your teachings is wrong. I don't care how many times you use the almighty name. I don't care what chapter and verse you go to. I was told the other day, the scripture, Yahweh word explains itself. If that's the case, why did Yahweh set up priests to teach his people if the word taught itself? If that's the case, why do the wisest man that Yahweh created said wisdom is the principal thing? Therefore, in all thy getting, get wisdom. Wisdom is the principal thing. Therefore, get wisdom. But in all thy getting, get understanding. So it was something that we had and should have understood. And the Almighty set up the priests to make sure we understood. The Almighty set up a place where he placed his name where we could make sure we understood any matters of controversy. But to try to get over the testimony, the elder told me the book explains itself. It tells us in the 10th verse, Israel, ye are my witnesses, said Yahweh. And we just read, by way of definition, that the testimonies witnessed. So it's saying, ye are my witnesses, said Yahweh, and my servant, whom I have chosen, that ye may know, believe me, and understand that I am he. Well, to know, to believe, and to understand, you must use the law, the statutes, the testimonies, and the judgment. You must. And if you don't think so, I could take you back to what we just read. That I am he. Before me there was no God. Well, one might say, yes, it was. Well, show the testimony. I say it ain't. And I can show the testimony that it wasn't. I can show when the Almighty came and got the children out of Egypt, wasn't no God with him. I can show in the beginning that there was darkness and he created light. There was no God with him. Thus it tells us, ye are my witnesses, said Yahweh, and my servant, whom I have chosen, that ye may know, believe, and understand that I am he. Before me there was no God formed, neither shall there be after me. I, even I, am Yahweh, and besides me there is no Savior. And we can use testimony after testimony to prove that there is no Savior, that no one other than Yahweh himself have ever saved Israel. The 12th verse reads, and I'll end here, it says, and I have declared and have saved, and I have showed when there was no strange God among you. Therefore, the reason why ye are my witnesses, said Yahweh, that I am Elohim. And you are to testify that. You are to give testimony of that. You are to use the scriptures by the laws, statutes, and judgments and testimonies to prove that. Today is jury duty. And in this jury duty, you will use the law, the statutes, the judgments, and the testimonies to justify, to glorify Yahweh. It also says in the very next chapter, the 44th chapter of Isaiah, the 8th verse, it reads, "Fear ye not, neither be afraid. Have not I told thee?" Absolutely. And we got testimonies to show that Yahweh told the Israelite these things. "Have not I told thee from that time, and have declared it? Ye are my witnesses, that I told you, and that I have declared it. Ye are even my witnesses. Is there a God besides me?" Now, who gonna witness? It's jury duty. Who gonna witness for the Creator? All you gotta do is read the book. All you gotta do is know the law, the statutes, the judgments, and the testimonies, and you can truly witness. But without them, you cannot. You can guess, you can insinuate, but you can't witness, nor will you be justified. "Fear ye not, neither be afraid. Have not I told thee from that time, and have declared it? Ye are even my witnesses. Is there a Elohim besides me? Yea, there is no God. I know not any." So they that make a graven image, please take note, are all of them vanity, and their detestable things shall not profit, and they are their own witnesses. Ain't that something? So when I ask for the testimony, and you can't never show me one, you being your own witness. You'll say some things like, "Well, I can show you one thing better, or I can do something better than giving you a testimony." Well, the Almighty said, you ain't nothing but your own witness, which is no witness. They see not, nor know, that they may be ashamed. And that's all it is. I put them to shame every time I ask you for a testimony, and you cannot produce it. You are put to shame if you know it or not. It also tells us, Israel, if we take a look in the book of Jeremiah, the 51st chapter of Jeremiah, and it tells us in the 51st chapter of Jeremiah these words. If we pick up at the 10th verse, the 51st chapter of Jeremiah, the 10th verse reads, and all it's really speaking about is declaring. And to declare, we asking for the truth. We asking that Yahweh be justified, and the one that is declaring the truth be justified. So it says in Jeremiah 51:10, Yahweh had brought forth our righteousness. Come and let us declare in Zion the work of Yahweh our Elohim. And that's what testifying is. That's what the testimonies denote. Yahweh is righteous, and it justifies all that Yahweh has said and done. and it justified the hope of his children and all that they say he has said and done. In the 44th chapter of Jeremiah, it says these words in the 23rd verse. It says, because ye have burnt incense, and because ye have sinned against Yahweh, and have not obeyed the voice of Yahweh, which is, well, we're going to keep reading. I ain't got to say it. It says, and have not obeyed the voice of Yahweh, nor walked in his law, nor in his statutes, nor in his testimonies. Therefore, this evil is happened unto you as at this day. The Almighty didn't say because you didn't keep the statutes. He didn't say because you didn't walk in his law. He didn't say because you broke the covenant. It reads, and have not obeyed the voice of Yahweh, nor walked in his law, nor in his statutes, nor in his testimonies. And that's what this presentation started out with. Even though it's called what means the testimonies, I state it as it is written. It says what means the testimony and the statutes and the judgments. So all of those things are hand in hand. Those are the things that Yahweh covenanted with the children of Israel. When the children of Israel in Exodus 24 and in Deuteronomy 5 and in Exodus 19 said that they would do all that Yahweh have said, well, the testimonies was included. So if you don't observe the testimonies, if you don't know the testimonies, then how can you say you have done all that Yahweh have commanded? And here in Jeremiah 44, the Almighty is allowing them to know why they are being punished, and they are being punished because they have not done all that Yahweh have said. And what did all include in that day? Again, it was the law, it was the statutes, and it was the testimonies. The testimonies is vital for your understanding and your survival. It also, I like to read a couple Psalms because we got people saying that it's only the 5 books. David is a friction. David is not a real character, and all this mess, and the prophets ain't real. Well, let us turn our scriptures to Psalms 89. I want to hit on David a little bit, and then we're going to go straight to these 2 chapters in Deuteronomy and clear that up right quick by way of testimony. But right now, let's go to Psalms 89. And give me 1 second, please. We all turn into Psalms 89. We're going to pick up at the 33rd verse. And it tells us in Psalms 89, picking up at the 33rd verse, and it reads, "Nevertheless, my loving kindness will I not utterly take from him, nor suffer my faithfulness to fail." And again, the testimonies deal with certainty. The testimonies deal with evidence. The testimony deals with honesty. The testimony means to repeat. It means to return or do again. So the Almighty is establishing by way of testimony, "Nevertheless, my loving kindness will I not utterly take from him, nor suffer my faithfulness to fail. My covenant will I not break, nor alter the thing that is gone out of my lips." And we got the things that is gone out of his lips by way of testimony. "Once I have sworn by my holiness that I will not lie unto David. His seed shall endure forever, and his throne as the sun before me. It shall be established," please take note, "forever, as the moon, and as a faithful witness," a faithful testimony in heaven, Selah. So again, for those that believe that David is friction, that David never exists, well, our hope is in Yahweh and what he said and did. And what we are reading by way of testimony, I would have to tell my brothers and sisters that have a mindset that David never exists, that you are truly in error. Don't forget, for those that use the law, they use the statutes, they use the testimonies, they use the judgment, shall be justified. They shall not be ashamed. So you got to believe in these words, as it said in Psalm 78, that you was to tell the people these dark sayings and teach your children that they may have hope in Yahweh and not be like their fathers who didn't believe in Yahweh, as many of our brothers and sisters don't believe in the words of Yahweh this day. But I wanted you to know that what was said to David, and these great words was not said to a fictional person or a make-believe person. This was spoken about a living being that Yahweh have chose. And he said, his seed shall endure forever, his throne as the sun before me. It shall be established forever as the moon and as a faithful witness in heaven. Selah. It also tells us, if we take a look at Psalms 132, Psalms 132, allowing us to know that Yahweh changed not, allowing us to know every word of Elohim is pure, allowing us to know that Yahweh know what he said and mean what he said. Thus it tells us in Psalms 132, if we pick up at the 10th verse, and it reads, "For thy servant David's sake, turn not away the face of thy anointed. Yahweh has sworn in truth unto David." And we got the testimonies to bring up that truth, exactly what he swore into them. And that was the only way I woke up many people to what was promised to David. Before they took heed of the testimonies, the rumor was it was David going to come back. The rumor was that it was David that was going to sit on the throne and teach the living seed of, or rule over the living seed of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. They went to the book of Hosea. They went to the book of Jeremiah. They went to the book of Ezekiel. They even used these Psalms in the wrong way. But they thought that it was David before they knew the testimonies. Once they read and understood the testimonies, many people today have changed their mindset about David coming back to life, ruling over the living seed of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Thus it reads in the 12th verse, "If thy children will keep my covenant and my what? Testimony, that I shall teach them, their children shall also sit upon thy throne forever, forevermore." Well, many of the children today did not believe, nor did they know the testimony. So they thought that Yahweh have changed. They thought that Yahweh changed and altered the promise that he made with David because the children didn't believe, or because the children did this, that, and another, so he had to bring David back until they learned the testimonies. Once they learned the testimony, they can see with the eyes that Yahweh gave them that David would not sit back on the throne. That was not the promise. That was not the witness. That was not what was testified. But what was testified is that his seed and Yahweh will be justified, just like every man or woman that use Yahweh testimonies to prove that and to show forth that evidence will be justified. So it tells us, "If thy children will keep my covenant and my testimonies, that I shall teach them, their children also shall also sit upon thy throne forever. For Yahweh hath chosen Zion. He hath desired it for his habitation. This is my rest forever. Here will I dwell, for I have desired it." And I stated earlier, Yahweh testimony is self-revelation, of his heart desire, of his requirements and standards. And we are reading of his desire, his standard, and his requirement. "I will abundantly bless her provision. I will satisfy her poor with bread. I will also clothe her priests with salvation, and her saints shall shout aloud for joy. There will I make the horn of David to bud. I have anointed a lamp for my anointed. His enemies will I clothe with shame, but upon himself shall his crown flourish." And many people will be clothed with shame because they do not believe in the words, in the law, in the statutes, in the judgments, and in the testimonies of our Creator. So they will truly be ashamed, and they're going to truly be wrong, talking about Yahweh going to bring David back and sit on the throne. And one more place I would love to go to by way of testimony dealing with David is 1 Kings. Let us please turn to 1 Kings, the 2nd chapter. 1 Kings, the 2nd chapter. For it tells us in 1 Kings, the 2nd chapter, if we read the 1st to the 4th verse, it reads, 1 Kings, 2nd chapter, the 1st verse. Now the days of David draw night, just like the days of Moses drew night, and he had to call Joshua, and Moses didn't come back, where it says, now the days of David draw night. For there's a time for everything under the sun, a time to be born and a time to die. It says that he should die. And he charged Solomon his son, saying, I go the way of all the earth. Be thou strong, therefore, and show thyself a man, and keep the charge of Yahweh thy Elohim. And what is the charge? To walk in his ways, to keep his statutes, and his commandments, and his judgments, and what? And his testimonies. So if he didn't keep his testimonies, maybe somebody could have came and told Solomon, like, you don't supposed to be on the throne. That ain't what Yahweh promised. They could have tried to kill Solomon and take him off the throne because they could have thought he was fraudulent. They could have thought that he wasn't supposed to be there. But the testimonies allow all to know that he's supposed to be there, because that is the words of Yah. By the law, by the statutes, by the judgments, and by the testimonies. Thus it reads again in the 3rd verse, and keep the charge of Yahweh thy Elohim, to walk in his ways, to keep his statutes, and his commandments, and his judgments, and his testimonies, as it is written in the law of Moses, that thou mayest prosper in all that thou doest, and wheresoever thou turn thyself, that Yahweh may continue his word which he speak concerning me. And note, this is David talking, saying, if thy children take heed to their way, to walk before me in truth. And what is truth? To walk before him in truth is to walk in his statutes, in his commandments, in his judgments, and definitely in his testimonies. To walk before me in truth with all their heart and with all their soul, there shall not fail thee, said he, said David, or saying David, saying he, talking about Yahweh, a man on the throne of Israel. And let me go one more place to end this talk on David. And if Yahweh really created a man by the name of David, and if it was David that's supposed to sit on the throne forever or his children, let's go to Jeremiah right quick, the 17th chapter. I think that's where I want to go. Excuse me. No, it ain't. It's Jeremiah 33. Jeremiah 33. And it tells us in Jeremiah 33, if we pick up at the 17th verse, And many people have read this chapter and verse, and like the elder sister said, where the Bible explains itself, the Almighty Word explains itself. Well, that is not true. And if it was true, a lot of you all was not. The Bible did not explain anything to you, because you was teaching that David was going to sit on the throne. Well, using the testimonies, Jeremiah 33 allows us to know that it was never David that was promised to sit back upon the throne after he died. It was none other than his seed. Thus it tells us in the 17th verse of the 33rd chapter of Jeremiah. For thus said Yahweh, David shall never want a man to sit upon the throne of the house of Israel. And what that means, he would never want another man outside of his seed, because he was the one selected. He was promised that his seed would sit on the throne, and that's who David would want on the throne. Same way with the priests. Aaron and them was called the priests. They were the teachers, and they would never want someone else to offer or teach to Israel other than themselves, because they were selected by the mouth of Yahweh. Thus it reads again in the 17th verse, for thus said Yahweh, David should never want a man to sit upon the throne of the house of Israel. Neither shall the priests, the Levites, want a man before me to offer burnt offerings, and to kindle meat offerings, and to do sacrifice continually. And the word of Yahweh came to Jeremiah, saying, thus said Yahweh, if ye can break my covenant of the day and my covenant of the night, and that there should not be day and night in their season, as we read in Psalms 89, then may also my covenant be broken with David. So the only way that one can teach that the covenant that Yahweh made with David is broken, if you can show by way of testimony that the covenant of day is broken, or the covenant of night is broken. If you can show that, then maybe you can convince one that the covenant that Yahweh made with David is broken. But as long as you see the light, and long as you see the night, then you can rest assured that David will have a son to rule the children of Israel. You can rest assured that David will have a son sitting upon the throne. It says, then may also my covenant be broken with David, my servant, that he should not have a son to reign upon his throne. And please take note, not only with David, it says, and with the Levites, the priests, my ministers. So if the covenant is broken with David, guess what? It will also be broken with the priests. It will be broken with Levi, the Levites. As the host of heaven cannot be numbered, neither the sand of the sea measured, so will I multiply the seed of David, my servant, and the Levites that minister unto me. Moreover, the word of Yahweh came to Jeremiah, saying, what many of you have said to me, and that your brother had to fight for many years to show you that Yahweh is faithful. It says, consider thy not what this people has spoken, and I did consider it. They were saying David is going to sit back on the throne, that David was going to come back to life out the grave and rule over the living seed of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. So I truly considered. It reads, consider thy not what this people has spoken, saying the two families which Yahweh hath chosen, he hath even cast them off. Thus they have despised my people. So when the people was teaching us that David was going to sit on the throne, they was actually despising. They didn't know it, I don't think. But the scripture tells us that they was actually despising my people, that they should no more, that they should be no more a nation before them. It takes 12 tribes to be a nation, Israel. If you try to drop off 2, you don't have the nation. And we got people today talking about nation building based on what they think who the people is, knowing that the Almighty said that his people are scattered. So how do you make 2 nations or make 2 tribes a nation? If we can see through the line here, it should allow you to know that 2 tribes can never be the nation. The Almighty just said they tried to take away the 2 families, and taking away the 2 families, which would have been Yehudah and Levi, that they should no more, that they should be no more a nation before them. So if these 2 nations or these 2 families was actually missing as the people was teaching in this day, Israel wouldn't have been a nation. Well, today we got people saying Israel is a nation based on them knowing these 2 people. They say they know who these 2 tribes at. They say these two tribes in America. So they saying we're a nation. That's impossible, and that is terrible understanding. It takes 12 tribes to be the nation of Israel. And until you got those 12, you are not a nation. I just wanted to throw that in there. It tells us in the 25th verse, thus said Yahweh, if my covenant be not with day and night, and if I have not appointed the ordinance of heaven and earth, then will I cast away the seed of Jacob and David, my servant, talking about his seed, so that I will not take any of his seed to be rulers over the seed of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. For I will cause their captivity to return and have mercy on them. And when he caused that captivity to return and have mercy on them, then will we see the seed of David, and we will continue to see the seed of Levi. So I just wanted to include this by way of testimony for those that's been teaching lately that we're only under 5 books. The rest of the books is fake. David is a fake character because he's supposed to be this, that, and another. Well, the Almighty allow us to know those rumors ain't nothing but rumors. And you should not have 2 opinions when you're dealing with this truth. And to make sure your opinion is right, all you have to do is declare, consult, and declare the testimonies. And those testimonies will put you on the right path. And you will know that it's not David that will sit on the throne, but it will be his seed. It will not be Aaron that sit or that minister. It will be his seed. As long as the ordinance of day and night exists. Let us, due to time restraint, let us go to Deuteronomy, the 29th chapter. Deuteronomy, the 29th chapter. I put up a post yesterday, day before yesterday, and I asked, or I made a bold statement that those that we read about in Deuteronomy 30 is free people. And I didn't mean it just for Deuteronomy 30. I meant it from Exodus 12 all the way through the 40th year of wandering. And I think it's 33 or 34 chapters in Deuteronomy. So that whole testimony, that whole walk denoted free people. And those free people were saved from Egypt. They were brought under the statutes of life. A covenant was made with them. Yahweh was among them in the pillar of a cloud during the day, and a cloudy pillar during the day, and a pillar of fire during the night. It allows us to know that he was, as it says, as an eagle takes his wings and covers his youth or his young. That's how the Almighty had our fathers in the wilderness. Every day and night he was among them. And they were given the rules, the rights, the ordinances, the laws, the statutes, the judgments, the testimonies that they must adhere to live among him. Every word that proceeded out of the mouth of Yahweh was righteous, and it was for them to do in the land that he was taking them to. We just read where Yahweh brought them out to bring them in. So the purpose of them being visited and brought out was to bring them in into the land of promise, the land of inheritance, the land that they possessed. And they were to live in that land and execute those laws, that covenant, forever. Well, today we got people that is teaching that Deuteronomy 29 and Deuteronomy 30 belongs to us today. And you should ask yourself, who is us? Because the way they explain it, every black man in America and abroad is Israel. They can't make a distinction. There is no record of genealogy. So they just saying whoever black and you agree with me or agree with them, then you are the Israelite. They saying that you supposed to do this, that, and another. That you are under the covenant of the law. That you was to return in captivity after you was a recipient of blessings and curses. You was to return into captivity and do all that Yahweh said. Well, to do all that Yahweh said is to do the covenant of the law. Because all that Yahweh said denoted the covenant of the law. And I have asked them over and over again, please give us one testimony to show us your understanding, to show us that you truly understand these scriptures that you've given us. Like I said, they can use the name and they can use the scripture. That don't mean they understand. That don't mean they right because they use the name in the scripture. The name in the scripture been there. They was in Christianity and everything, and that was there. So now you out of Christianity, Now you quoting some scriptures, but that don't mean you understand them. That don't mean you have light on the matter, especially if you can't show it by way of testimony. Well, let us turn and let's start at Deuteronomy 29. And according to my study, if we was going to speak on this day, as Deuteronomy 29 and 30 speaks, it would actually start, I think, at the 25th chapter of Deuteronomy. We're not going there. We're going to go straight to 29 and 30 due to time restraint. But when you're dealing with that day that Moses and them was speaking to the children of Israel, I think it goes back to the 25th verse, or the 25th chapter is where we will actually start. But we're going to start at the 29th chapter. And the 29th chapter tells us, in the beginning, and I have told and taught many times that this was a covenant renewal. Many people tell me I'm in error, that it wasn't no covenant being renewed. It was. And most of what you find in Deuteronomy is a renewal. Just like you find in Deuteronomy, the 5th chapter, and it reiterates the 10 Commandments and things like that, because that which was said in the first year in the book of Exodus is being recited in the 40th year before the Israelites entered the land of promise. So again, if you believe it or not, if you did your study or not, the 29th chapter of Deuteronomy is a renewal of the covenant. And it tells us in the very first verse, these are the words of the covenant. And we need to read all these verses. That's why I started at 29, because most people that try to establish their understanding of Deuteronomy 29 is only using 2 verses or 1 verse. Most people that try to establish their understanding of Deuteronomy 30 is only using 3 or 4 verses. Well, Deuteronomy 29 has 29 verses. Deuteronomy 30 has 20 verses. And I don't know how in the heck you're going to come with a clean understanding without understanding every one of these verses. Maybe you know something that I don't know. Maybe you don't have to have the testimonies, the laws, the statutes, and the judgments to know what Yahweh has said and done. I do. And that's what we're going to use to prove our point. This is the evidence. These are the words of the covenant which Yahweh commanded Moses to make with the children of Israel in the land of Moab. And let me ask you, for those that truly study, for them to say this first verse, wouldn't that be after Moses had died? Do we know what book Moses died in? Was it the book of Numbers or the book of Deuteronomy? It says again in the 29th chapter, the first verse, these are the words of the covenant which Yahweh commanded Moses to make with the children of Israel in the land of Moab, beside the covenant which he made with them in Horeb. And Moses called unto all Israel and said unto them, and these what we about to say and read, that was said in the book of Exodus in the 19th chapter. But let's keep reading. And Moses called unto all Israel and said unto them, ye have seen all that Yahweh did before your eyes in the land of Egypt, and to Pharaoh, and into all his servants, and into his land. The great temptations, and we need this. These are the testimonies allow us to know what Yahweh did and said, how great he is, his wonders and his might, his stretched out arm. It says, the great temptations which thy eyes have seen. You are the witness, and you are to only testify what you've seen. You're not to add nor take away. You're not to lean upon your own understanding. It reads that Yahweh did before your eyes in the land of Egypt, and to Pharaoh, and to all his servants, and into his land. The great temptations which thy eyes have seen, the signs and those great miracles. Yet Yahweh have not given you an heart to perceive, and eyes to see, and ears to hear, and to this day, to know Yah. And I have led you 40 years in the wilderness. Your clothes are not waxed old upon you, and thy shoes is not waxing old upon thy feet. These same words were said in Deuteronomy 1 and Deuteronomy 8. It says, and I have led you 40 years in the wilderness. Your clothes are not waxing old upon you, and thy shoes is not waxing old upon thy feet. Ye have not eaten bread, nor have ye drunk wine or strong drink, that ye might know that I am Yahweh, your Elohim. They're just allowing us to know that they depended solely upon Yahweh. And when ye came into the place, Shahan, the king of Heshbon, and Og, the king of Bashan, came out against us into battle, and we smote them, and we took their land, and gave it for an inheritance into the Reubenites, and to the Gadites, and to the half-tribe of Manasseh. Keep therefore the word of this covenant, and do them, that ye may prosper in all that ye do. Ye stand this day, all of you, before Yahweh your Elohim, your captains of your tribes, your elders, and your officers, with all the men of Israel, your little ones, your wives, and thy stranger that is in thy camp, from the heather of the wood into the drawer of thy water, that thou should enter into covenant with Yahweh thy Elohim, and into his oath, which Yahweh thy Elohim make with thee this day. Please take note. You're dealing with the 40th year of the Israelite wandering. They are free. They have been saved for 40 years. They are under the covenant of the law, and their Creator is among them. The 13th verse reads, that he may establish thee today for a people unto himself, and that he may be unto thee a Elohim, as he hath said unto thee, and as he hath sworn unto thy fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob. Please take note of the 14th and 15th verse, because many of our brothers and sisters are in error. They have two opinions. They have more than one opinion. They have never been able to produce a testimony. But the 14th verse reads, neither with you only do I make this covenant and this oath, but with him that stand here with us this day before Yahweh our Elohim, and also with him that is not here with us this day. One of the easiest, besides the testimonies, one of the easiest ways that I comprehend what this means was based on the people that Yahweh was speaking to. And that's why I said it like I did before I started reading Deuteronomy 29th chapter. The people that Yahweh is speaking to have been saved. They are free. They are under the covenant of the law. They find themselves in the wilderness, which denotes a land not inhabited, and they have Yahweh among them. So whoever this people is that is spoken of in the 15th verse, where it says, but with him that stand here with us this day, we know who that was. That was the Israelites that were saved, that was under the law, that had the Almighty with them. And it says, also with him that is not here, not there, or not wherever, but not here. This here with us this day. Well, it allows us to know, Israel, especially if you search the testimonies, it allows us to know the people that the Almighty is speaking about. They will have to be free. They will have to be under the covenant of the law, because that's what's being said in the renewal of the covenant in the 29th chapter. So it's talking to some people already free. It's talking to some people already saved from captivity. It's talking to some people being taken to the land of promise. So whoever this, when it reads, but with him that stand here with us this day before Yahweh our Elohim, and also with him that is not here with us this day. They will have to be under the same condition. It says not here with us this day, but they're going to come. So if they come, where is they coming to? Where is they going to be? Are they not going to be there? And when I say there, I'm talking about under the same condition that the covenant renewal is being made with? Absolutely. And I keep telling my brothers and sisters these things, and they fail to realize it. They will look over the fact that Yahweh is talking about some people under the covenant of the law, doing all that he said to some people that don't even know the covenant of the law and can't do a quarter of what he said. They will hurry up and apply that to you and I. They will hurry up and apply that to somebody that has never been a recipient of blessings and say, well, he's talking about them. He's talking about us. And that is a terrible understanding. And it's even more terrible. It's even more terrible when you teach your brothers so. Because you're taking away the hope that is found throughout our Holy Scriptures by way of testimony. The testimony, what? Why do you say that? You can't hear me?
Is anyone else on the line?
I just came back in.
I am. Yeah, we're having difficulties today.
I'm here.
Okay, go ahead, family.
Shalom, Israel. Sorry about that. Something going on with this computer or whatever. Sorry about that. Last we was speaking, dealing with the 15th verse. Many people is teaching, not many people, but there are people teaching that the 15th verse denotes a bunch of captives. But if you read it in its entirety, and if you understand the testimonies, it is talking about the people, the sons and daughters that will be born after those that is being spoken to in this 29th chapter. It denotes the people that we will read about in the books of the prophets, the books of the Psalms. It denotes those people. It does not denote a bunch of people in captivity over 2,000 plus years after what is said in the 15th verse. That is not understanding. There is no testimonies to back that up. But we have testimonies to show that it was truly talking about the children of Israel and their fathers and their children. It was their children that was under the law. It was their children that agreed to do, or the fathers agreed to do all that Yahweh said. So if we pick up at the 16th verse to give us even more clarity dealing with the 15th verse, it says, "For ye know how we dwelt in the land of Egypt, and how we came through the nations which ye passed by. And ye have seen their abomination and their idols, wood and stone, silver and gold, which were among them. Lest there should be among you," please take note, "man or woman, or family, or tribe, whose heart turn away this day from Yahweh our Elohim, and go." So it's talking about people in the present. It's not talking about people 2,000 and 3,000 years later. "Serve the gods of those nations, lest there should be among you a root among you, among the children of Israel, among those that's under the covenant of the law, among those that was freed and saved. It says, among you a root that bear gall and wormwood. And it come to pass, when he hear the words of this curse, that he bless himself in his heart, saying, I shall have peace, though I walk in the imagination of my heart, to add drunkenness to thirst. Yahweh will not spare him, but then the anger of Yahweh and his jealousy shall smoke against that man, and all the curses that are written in this book shall lie upon him, and Yahweh shall blot out his name from under heaven. It continued to say, and Yahweh shall separate him into evil out of all the tribes of Israel. Note, out of all the tribes of Israel, this people will be separated into evil out of all the tribes of Israel, according to all the curses of the covenant. And we didn't read them, but they was told the curses in the 27th and 28th chapter of Deuteronomy. So again, it says that are written in this book of the law, so that the generation to come, please take note, it wasn't talking about us, it was talking about the generation to come. It says, again in the 15th verse, also with him that is not here with us this day. Would that not be the generation to come of your children? Ain't talking about us. These children know who they are. They know what tribe they belong to, and they know what was said under the covenant. So it says again in the 22nd verse, so that the generation to come of your children that shall rise up after you, and the stranger that shall come from a far land shall say, when they see the plagues of that land and the sickness which Yahweh have laid upon it, we ain't seen nothing. We reading about it. So this can't be talking about us. It had to be talking about the present or the near future, not somebody 2,000 years later or more. So it says again in the 22nd verse, so that the generation to come of your children that shall rise up after you, and the stranger that shall come from a far land shall say when they see the plague, and this right here excludes you, because ain't no stranger coming with you today. You the stranger in another man's land. So if it's talking about you, you're going to have the stranger with you too, and you don't. It says, that shall come from a far land shall say when they see the plague of that land and the sickness which Yahweh have laid upon it, and that the whole land thereof is brimstone and salt and burning, that it is not sown or bared, nor any grass groweth therein, like the overthrow of Sodom and Gomorrah, Admah and Zeman, which Yahweh overthrew in his anger and in his wrath. Even all nations shall say, wherefore have Yahweh done thus into this land? What mean the heat of this great anger? And without the testimonies, you couldn't tell. It says, then men shall say, because they have forsaken the covenant of Yahweh. And it can't be us, because we have not forsaken the covenant of Yahweh. You have to be under the covenant to forsake it. Then men shall say, because they have forsaken the covenant of Yahweh, Elohim of their fathers, which he made with them when he brought them forth out of the land of Egypt. For they went and served other gods and worshipped them, gods whom they knew not, and whom he had not given unto them. And the anger of Yahweh was kindled against this land to bring upon it all the curses that are written in this book. And Yahweh rooted them out of their land. It can't be us, in anger and in wrath and in great indignation, and cast them into another land as it is this day. The secret things belong unto Yahweh are Elohim, but those things which are revealed, those testimonies, that law, those statutes, those judgments belong unto us. And when he said us, he's talking about those that are free among their Creator under the covenant of law, and to our children forever, that we may do all the words of this law. So I don't see no way in the world where the 15th verse of Deuteronomy 29 is talking to us. It is talking to the people that found themselves free under the covenant of the law with Yahweh among them, and they are being warned what to do in this covenant renewal. And then the very next chapter is the 30th chapter, and it is talking to the same people as the whole book of Deuteronomy is. It is 34 chapters in Deuteronomy, and it is talking to the same people. And what does it tell the people, or the same people? Right after it made the covenant renewal with them, it says, and it shall come to pass, for there is a time and season for everything under the sun, thus it shall come to pass, when all these things are come upon thee. Upon who? The black man in America, or the Israelites that found themselves free, saved under the covenant of the law in the wilderness among their Creator? And it was the latter. And it shall come to pass, when all these things are come upon thee, on them that is being spoken to in the wilderness, the blessing and the cursing. One way you can prove that it's not you, because you have never been under the blessing. What they say is, well, our fathers were. Well, that's why it's talking to our fathers, because they were. It's not talking to us, because you have never been under the blessing. You mean he's telling the people 2,000 years ago, when your daddies was under the blessing, and I'm punishing you because your daddies was under the blessing 2,000 years ago, but I'm supposed to rethink it? That don't make sense, nor would you ever find one testimony to back that understanding up. Thus it says, and it shall come to pass, when all these things are come upon thee, the blessing and the curses which I have set before thee, and thou shalt call them to mind among all nations, whether Yahweh thy Elohim have driven thee. It says, and shall return into Yahweh thy Elohim. And note, I said testimony means to repeat, return, or do again. It says, and thou shalt return into Yahweh thy Elohim, and shall obey his voice according to all. Well, if you're going to obey, return, and obey Yahweh's voice according to all, then that is truly under the covenant. Because when the Almighty made the covenant with the children of Israel, it was containing all. And the children of Israel agreed to do all. And the all denoted the statutes, the judgments, the testimonies, the commandments, the laws, the ordinances, and none of you have ever done those things. Half of you even knew the testimonies, but you readily saying that you have returned. It says, according to all that I command thee this day, thy and thy children, with all thy heart and with all thy soul. Again, with all thy heart and all thy soul includes the judgments, which many of you would readily say that you're not under, that Yahweh doing the judgment. So you have not done this. If you say out your mouth, we're not under the judgment, and Yahweh doing the judgment, you ain't doing this. If you say you can do one better and you don't need no testimony, you ain't did this. And the reason why you ain't did this, because it's not talking to you. It says in the 3rd verse, that then Yahweh thy Elohim will turn thy captivity. Well, many people, this Deuteronomy 30 have been taught so wrong for at least, I can at least go with what I can witness, at least 30 years. And I know it's been taught way longer than 30 years. I must ask all those that teach that this is talking about us and have taught that they have returned in doing this, why ain't you saved? Why are you in the same boat that all the people that say this don't belong to us today? Why are you in the same boat? Why aren't you saved? If your understanding tell you this is what Yahweh commanded you to do and you doing it, why are you in the same boat that all of us is in? Because it don't contain to you. Isaiah 59 says, 1 and 2, Yahweh's hand is not shortened, nor is his ear heavy. So Yahweh ain't never promised us anything that he have fell short on. So why would you still be in this despicable situation if you thought you was to do these things and you say you have done them? Not just for this week, but for year after year after year. The acts of the Almighty is a proof that what you have taught is wrong. It says that then Yahweh thy Elohim will turn thy captivity and have compassion upon thee, and will return and gather thee from all nations, whether Yahweh thy Elohim has scattered thee. Again, you not knowing the testimonies, you have got on the wrong path, and you have applied these words to yourself. Well, and you know your brother have asked you over and over again to show me one testimony that will agree with your understanding of this chapter in those 4 verses. And you have not done it to this day. Well, I'm going to show you the testimony of what this means and who it was talking to and where it was supposed to be done. Word for word, verbatim. Thus it says, if any of thy be driven out into the uttermost part of heaven, from thence will Yahweh thy Elohim gather thee, and from thence will he fetch thee. And Yahweh thy Elohim will bring thee into the land which thy fathers possessed, and thou shalt possess it. And he will do thee good, and multiply thee above thy fathers. And Yahweh thy Elohim will circumcise thy heart, and the heart of thy seed, to love Yahweh thy Elohim with all thy heart, and with all thy soul, that thou mayest live. Yahweh thy Elohim will put all these curses upon thy enemies, and upon them that hate thee, which prosecute thee. And we know that ain't happened, but we know by way of testimony, according to Jeremiah 30:15, that will happen once the Israelites were saved out of captivity. And thou shalt return and obey the voice of Yahweh, and do all his commandments, which I command thee this day. And Yahweh thy Elohim will make thee plenteous in every work of thy hand, in the fruit of thy body, and in the fruit of thy cattle, and the fruit of thy land, for good. And for Yahweh will again rejoice over thee for good, as he rejoiced over thy fathers. If thou shalt hearken unto the voice of Yahweh thy Elohim, to keep his commandments and his statutes, which are written in this book of the law. And if thou turn unto Yahweh thy Elohim with all thy heart and with all thy soul, and we know how that is done. It is found in Deuteronomy 6. And when it is done, it is by the law, it is by the statutes, and it is by the testimonies. For this commandment, which I command thee this day, it is not hidden from thee, neither is it far off. It is not in heaven, that thou shouldst say, who shall go up for us to heaven and bring it into us, that we may hear it and do it. This is another great verse that you should understand, because note, he said it's not in heaven to where somebody got to go to heaven and bring it to us. Now, where is the us? In heaven? Is the us in captivity? Or is the us in the land? The us is in the land of promise. Let's keep reading. The 13th verse says, neither is it beyond the sea. Well, you are. It said, neither is it beyond the sea, that thou should say, who shall go over the sea for us and do what? Stay over there and learn and study and keep the law? Absolutely not. It says, neither is it beyond the sea, that thou shalt say, who shall go over the sea for us and bring it into us, that we may hear it and do it. Again, where is the us? They are in the land of promise. The 14th verse reads, but the word is very nigh into thee, in thy mouth and in thy heart, that thou mayest do it. See, I have set before thee this day life and good, and death and evil, and that I command thee this day to love Yahweh thy Elohim, to walk in his ways, and to keep his commandments, and his statutes, and his judgments, that thou mayest live and multiply, and Yahweh thy Elohim shall bless thee. Where? In captivity? Absolutely not. In the land, whether thou goes to possess it. But if thy heart turn away, where? In captivity? Absolutely not. In the land of promise, under the covenant of the law, it says, but if thy heart turn away, so that thou wilt not hear, but shall be drawn away, and worship other gods, and serve them, I denounce unto you this day, that ye shall surely perish. From where? From America or from the land of promise? You shall surely perish, and that ye shall not prolong your days upon the land, whether thy goes, whether thy passes over Jordan to go to possess it. Again, the testimonies denote in the land of promise, not in bondage nor in captivity. I call heaven and earth to record this day against you, that I have set before you life and death. It is a testimony that Yahweh has set before the Israelites, life and death, blessing and cursing. Therefore choose life, that both thy and thy seed may live, that thou mayest love Yahweh thy Elohim, and that thou mayest obey his voice, and that thou mayest cleave unto him, for he is thy life and the length of thy days, that thou mayest dwell in the land which Yahweh sware unto thy fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, to give them. And that was not America, nor any captivity, any bondage, but it was the land of promise. Now, your brothers stated that the so-called Israelites today, by not using testimonies, do not understand this 30th chapter. And your brother have stated that these things denoted the children of Israel that was under the covenant of the law, even if their children was sent into captivity, or even if their children was among other nations. It was still denoting the children of Israel in the land that could return unto him and do all that Yahweh said, that would have knowledge of the blessing and the cursing that befell them. And the only way that we can really prove this is by way of testimony. So let us please turn our scriptures to Nehemiah 1. Nehemiah denotes when the children of Israel came out of Babylon. I really want to go in another order. Matter of fact, I'll do Nehemiah last. Let's go chronological order. Let's go right after what was said in Deuteronomy 29 and 30. And then the people went in the land under the covenant of the law. We'll see if they did what he told them to do or not. And we'll see was Deuteronomy 30 applying to them or their children thousands and thousands of years later. Let's go to 2 Chronicles 30. And please put your hand on Deuteronomy 30 in case you forget the words that you find there. Because the words that we need to focus on is the return, is the compassion that Yahweh said he was going to bring upon them. We need to focus on his words. We need to see, can your brothers show by way of testimony these things happening and done to the people in the land and not the people that find themselves in America. Let's turn our scriptures to the 2 Chronicles 30 and 9. We're going to deal with 2 Chronicles 30, and then we'll deal with Nehemiah 1, and we'll end the presentation on that note. Right now, we all should be going to 2 Chronicles 30. And it tells us in 2 Chronicles 30 these great words of testimony. And it reads, and what this is speaking about is the Passover. And we know that the Almighty told us that our sons were going to ask us, what means ye by this service? And you was to speak the truth to your youth by way of law, statute, judgment, and testimony. And that's what we're about to do right here. And it's going to prove that Deuteronomy 30 was talking about the people in their own land. It tells us at the very first verse, I'll speed read, it says, and Hezekiah sent to all Israel and Yehudah, the whole, and please take note of these words, because if you're reading diligently and comprehending, you will see that all Israel understood the same thing. How about that? Because it says, Hezekiah sent to all Israel and Yehudah and wrote letters also to Ephraim and Manasseh, that's the whole country, that they should come to the house of Yahweh at Jerusalem to keep the Passover and to Yahweh Elohim of Israel. For the king had taken counsel, and his princes and all the congregation in Jerusalem, to keep the Passover in the second month. And with us having testimonies, and using the laws and statutes and judgments, we could easily understand why they kept it in the second month. If you don't know or remember, all you got to do is read Numbers, the 9th chapter, the 10th and 11th verse, and it will remind you why they kept the Passover in the second month as Yahweh commanded. The 3rd verse reads, "For they could not keep it at that time because the priests had not sanctified themselves significantly, neither had the people gathered themselves together to Jerusalem. And the thing pleased the king and all the congregation," all the people. "So they established a decree to make proclamation throughout all Israel." So this decree and this proclamation that went throughout all Israel denotes and allow us to know that they were all on the same page, and this page denotes the testimonies that is written in your Holy Scriptures. It continues to tell us, "So they established a decree to make a proclamation throughout all Israel, from Beersheba, which denoted the south, even to Dan, which denoted the north, that they should come to keep the Passover unto Yahweh Elohim of Israel at Jerusalem. For they had not done it of a long time, in such sort as it was written." So they was not doing it as Yahweh commanded, and that's more than enough reason for them to be smitten with evil and troubles. It says, "So the post went with the ladders from the king and his princes throughout all Israel and Yehudah, and according to the commandment of the king, saying, Ye children of Israel, turn again." Please take note of the wording, and please take note of who he's talking about, and please take note where they at. It says, "Ye children of Israel, turn again unto Yahweh Elohim of Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, and he will turn to the remnant of you that are escaped out of the hand of the king of Assyria. And be not ye like your fathers and like your brethren, which trespassed against Yahweh Elohim of their fathers, who therefore gave them up to desolation, as ye see." Well, let's stop. If you look at Deuteronomy 30, it told them that once, let me get right back there where I can explain it exactly as it says. In Deuteronomy 30, we ain't done with 2 Chronicles 30 yet, but Deuteronomy 30 says, "And it shall come to pass, when all these things are come upon thee, the blessing and the cursing, which I set before thee, and thou shalt call them to mind among all nations, whether Yahweh thy Elohim hath driven thee, and shall return unto Yahweh thy Elohim, and shall obey his voice according to all that I command thee this day, thy and thy children, with all thy heart and all thy soul, that then Yahweh thy Elohim will turn thy captivity and have compassion upon thee, and will return and gather thee from all the nations, whether Yahweh thy Elohim have scattered thee." All right? Well, here we should be in the 7th verse. It said, "Be not ye like your fathers, and like your brethren, which trespassed against Yahweh thy Elohim of their fathers, who therefore gave them up to desolation, as you see. So at this time, even though they calling on the Passover, many of the fathers and their children have been given up to desolation. And this desolation denoted the Assyrians. And we should have picked that up in the 6th verse when it says, that are escaped out of the hand of the king of Assyria, where the Almighty had given the children of Israel into the hand of the king of Assyria for them not doing what Yahweh commanded them to do, for them breaking the covenant. So Hezekiah, in his appeal to the Israelites to keep the Passover, he's also appealing to them according to Deuteronomy 30. And we know that to be true because in the 29th chapter, if we just hold at 31 seconds and let me show you where the rest of the people is, and some of the people is, it tells us in 2 Chronicles, the 29th chapter, if we pick up at the 6th verse, because we just read, do not trespass as your fathers and them did. It says in the 6th verse of the 29th chapter of 2 Chronicles, for our fathers have trespassed and done that which was evil in the eyes of Yahweh our Elohim, and have forsaken him, and have turned away their face from the habitation of Yahweh, and turned their backs. Also they have shut up the doors of the porch, and put out the lamps, and have not burnt incense, nor offered burnt offerings in the holy place unto Elohim of Israel. Wherefore the wrath of Yahweh was upon Yehuda and Jerusalem, and he hath delivered them to trouble, to astonishment, and to hissing, as ye see with your eyes, as we just read in the 30th chapter. For lo, our fathers have fallen by the sword, and our sons, and our daughters, and our wives are in what? Captivity for this. Now it is in my heart to make a covenant with Yahweh Elohim of Israel, that his fierce wrath may turn away from us. So it allows us to know, and you can find some more truth on that in the 28th chapter, but it allows us to know at this time that Hezekiah is calling the Passover, and at this time that he had made a proclamation and about to testify what Yahweh has said. He is testifying to all those that are still in the land, even though many of them find themselves in captivity. And we read in Deuteronomy 30, if you return back to him, then he will return back to you and show you compassion. Well, let's keep reading from 2 Chronicles, the 30th chapter, the 8th verse. And it reads, now be ye not stiff-necked, as your fathers were, but yield yourself into Yahweh, and enter into his sanctuary, which he has sanctified forever, and serve Yahweh your Elohim, that the fierceness of his wrath may turn away from you. The 9th verse reads, by way of testimony, verbatim in Deuteronomy 30, it says, for if you turn again into Yahweh, your brethren and your children shall find compassion before them that led them captive, so that they shall come again into this land. For Yahweh your Elohim is gracious, merciful, and will not turn away his face from you if ye return into him. Now let's stop. According to 2 Chronicles 30, Who is he talking to? Who is the proclamation sent out to? A bunch of captives or those that were living in the land? And if those that was living in the land returned it back into Yahweh, what did King Hezekiah tell them would happen? According to testimony, he will show them compassion and bring them back into the land. That's exactly what it says in Deuteronomy 30. But what the people is not understanding is it wasn't talking about the people in captivity returning. It's talking about the people in the land returning for the people in captivity to be a recipient of compassion and to be brought back home. Now, we can disregard this. We can disagree with this. But the facts still remain. This is testified. This is the words. Every word of Elohim is pure. So we read in pure words. And there's a controversy dealing with Deuteronomy 30, where the controversy is answered with 2nd Chronicles. The controversy is answered by way of testimony. The testimony allows us to know the path and how it happened. And I keep asking my brothers and sisters, if I'm wrong, show me a testimony how it happened. Because I'm showing you a testimony how it happened. And most of these words are verbatim, almost the exact same terminology and everything. One more place that I would love to go, and we'll close on this note. That's Nehemiah 1, which is going to say the same thing. So we'll close on a repetitious verse saying the same thing. For it tells us in Nehemiah 1, if we go straight to the point, let's go straight to the point, and let's start at the 8th verse. I'll start at 7. And please remember that Nehemiah is in the land. He's talking to the people in the land, and he's praying for the people in the land. And he said, we have dealt very corruptly against thee, and have not kept the commandments, nor the statutes, nor the judgments. And it don't say testimonies, but I will apply that to y'all today, and the testimonies which thy commandest thy servant Moses. Remember, I beseech thee, the word. And this same word is what I'm showing that Yahweh said in Deuteronomy, and he said, and it has been displayed by way of testimony in 2nd Chronicles. He said, remember, I beseech thee, the word that thou commandest thy servant Moses, saying, if ye transgress, we just read where they transgress, Yahweh put evil upon them, trouble befell them. Then the king sent a decree of a proclamation and told the people to return according to these words, that Yahweh will show you compassion for your brothers and your wives and your children that find themselves in captivity. Hezekiah and them was not in captivity, but they had relatives, they had children, they had wives that was. And the scripture did not tell them to return. It told the people that was free under the law to return, to show compassion on those that are already been taken. Thus it tells us in Nehemiah 1, the 8th verse, remember, I beseech thee, the word that thy commandest thy servant Moses, saying, if ye transgress, I will scatter you abroad among the nations. The 9th verse reads, but if you turn into me and keep my commandments and do them, though there were of you cast out into the uttermost parts of the heaven, yet will I gather them. Did you get that? Nehemiah is praying to Yahweh the same words that was commanded to Moses in Deuteronomy 30. But look at how it works. It says, though there were of you, talking about your peoples, cast out into the uttermost part of heaven, yet I will gather them from thence, because you returned and did what Yahweh said in the land under the covenant of the law. It says, yet I will gather them from thence and bring them into the place that I have chosen to set my name there. So it allows us to know the people that's in captivity during this time, for them to get back their brethren, their fathers, whoever it was left in the land had to return. They had to do what was covenanted. And if they did, the Almighty would show compassion on those already in captivity and bring them back home. That's the exact same thing we just read in 2 Chronicles 30, and that's the exact same thing it means in Deuteronomy 30. If not, show me a testimony where the Almighty had the children of Israel return in captivity and he saved them. Show me one testimony and I will agree with you. Because as we just stated in this presentation, the testimony is the light. The testimony is the understanding. The testimony allows us to know if we're on the right path or not. And according to what the people have taught dealing with Deuteronomy 30, they are not on the right path. We are given the testimonies to allow them to be on the right path. And it does not denote Israel saving themselves out of captivity, but it truly denotes their brethren that's in the land returning back to Yahweh. And Yahweh said, if you return back to me, but if ye turn into me and keep my commandments and do them, though there were of you cast out into the uttermost parts of heaven, yet will I gather them from thence, because you in the land have returned. Saying what it says in 2 Chronicles 30. Let me just read it one more time and we'll close on that note. It says again in Deuteronomy 30, now be ye not stiff-necked as your fathers were, but yield yourself unto Yahweh, and enter into his sanctuary, which he has sanctified forever, and serve Yahweh your Elohim, that the fierceness of his wrath may turn away from you. For if ye turn again unto Yahweh your brethren, and your children shall find compassion before them that led them captive, so that they shall come again into this land. For Yahweh, your Elohim, is gracious and merciful, and will not turn away his face from you if ye return into him. And who is the ye? I'll end on that note. We're going to go ahead and open up the presentation. And in opening up the presentation, I would love for anyone to answer that last question. Who is the ye? If you got the answer to who is the ye, then you also have the answer who is talking to in Deuteronomy 30. We are opening up the presentation for comments and questions. Please, 2 minutes per comment or question. Give your name. Is there any comments or questions? Are there comments or questions?
Shalom, this is Rebecca.
Shalom, Rebecca.
So I have a question. I know you mentioned that Deuteronomy 30 and like the curses only really applied to those that were in the land, right?
For those that broke the covenant, absolutely.
Okay. So I always thought that Deuteronomy also applied to us, like in this land today and like throughout the whole world.
Well, when I say speaking about those in the land, I'm speaking about what was said to those that's under the covenant. When you read Deuteronomy, the 30th chapter, or even Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, where the blessings and the curses are, that is speaking to some people that were saved, that is free, and that is under the covenant of the law. So those words were spoken to them. We call ourselves Johnny Come Lately. We are dealing with a scenario over 2,000 plus years based on what was said to them in the 40th year of their wandering in the wilderness. So what I'm trying to say is, right after what was said in the wilderness, those people actually did or did not do what Yahweh said. And that's why we use the testimonies to show what they did or did not do. We use the testimonies to show what Yahweh said or did not say. So when we see what Yahweh said to them, we're using the testimonies to prove that it was those actual people. And when it says, be not stiff-necked like your fathers, well, he's talking to the children. And the fathers was those that was in the wilderness, or the father was those that first entered into the land that did not do what Yahweh said. And he's talking to those children. He ain't talking to us. In Deuteronomy 30, it said, I set before thee life and death, good and blessing. But that has never been set to us. We were born in hell. We were born under what we call the curse today. So that can never be us. That's the reason I am saying the things I'm saying.
Okay. All right. So what kind of captivity are we in today?
What kind of captivity are we in today? Slavery. Yeah. According to history, we came over here by way of ships, and when we came over here by way of ships, we were not Israel. We were already scattered. If we understand the history of the slave trade, they did not come and get us from the land of Israel. They came and got us from all the African nations and places that we ran to and found ourselves in. And before this particular captivity, it was the so-called Arab captivity for over 350 years. So that's why many of us was back using names, Islamic names and stuff like that, because of the Arabic captivity. And from the Arabic captivity, we was brought over here. There is no record of us being brought here from the land of Canaan. There is not one record in the world that shows where the black man was brought from the land of Canaan to here.
I think that's all the questions I have.
Great comment. Great question. It's a great question, because it allows us to know exactly who it's talking about. And I've tried to establish a point that when we read Deuteronomy 30, not just 3 verses, the whole chapter, it allows us to know the people he's talking about is actually under the blessings. They are actually And matter of fact, the Almighty told them what to choose. So they were under the blessings and they were under life. And the Almighty told them if they trespass, and we just read the testimonies about what Yahweh said to Moses about them trespassing. In Deuteronomy, it is written, and when you read it, it makes it seem like you can apply it to yourself. But it had to be talking to somebody way before Johnny come lately. It had to be talking to the present generations that was there. So when it's talking about the present generation and it said your fathers, it's talking about talking to the children of those fathers. And a good example I try to use with Hezekiah, because we know that Hezekiah and them had fathers in them way before what Hezekiah said and way before what the people that was in the generation of Hezekiah did. So what did they do? They did the same thing that is written in Deuteronomy 30. Nehemiah brought up the same thing that was written in Deuteronomy 30, where both of them was talking about what the people had to do in the land to bring the captives back. It don't talk about the captives doing anything, and that's my point. If it's talking about us, or if it's talking about the captives doing it, all I ask is one testimony out your entire scripture where it will show that the captives did it in their land and the Almighty saved them and brought them home because of what they did in the land. And you will not show one testimony. That's why I keep asking, because I know it's not there. Testimony denotes witnessing what was done and how it was done. Testimony denotes the light of the matter. So if we truly don't see it and it's kind of murky, well, we need that testimony to shine the light on it where we can see it and understand it. And ain't nobody able to show no testimony where the Israelites returned and did the covenant of the law in captivity and Yahweh saved them for it. There is not one verse, but there is many verses where we can show that the people that was in captivity was saved and compassion was shown toward them, and they was brought back to their land because of their fathers or their brothers and their sisters returned into Yahweh in the land, and he showed compassion on those that was already in captivity. That's all I'm bringing forth. We can insinuate all day. We can think and make assumptions all day, but we're looking for facts. We're looking for truth. We're looking for light. And according to the presentation, we're going to need the law, the statutes, the judgments, and the testimonies to show that light. And so far, ain't nobody been able to show me that. They done gave me their opinion, but they haven't been able to show me the testimony.
Shalom, Elder. This is Deborah. I'm just trying to understand and clear up the question. So you're saying that now where we're at this day, we're not feeling the effects of the curses that were put on our forefathers, which he said will pursue us and overtake them until they be destroyed. You're saying that we're no longer recipients of their actions to disobey?
We no longer, I'm not getting you. I'm not getting you what you're asking.
Okay. Are you saying that we're no longer reaping the curses that were put on our forefathers for their decision to not keep the laws of the Most High? Are we still feeling the effects of those curses that were put on our forefathers.
Oh, absolutely. I said that. Absolutely. I said by way of slavery. I said that by way of slavery.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. I think that was kind of the confusion there. Like, because it seemed like you said we were no longer under these curses.
And when the sister asked me that, I said by way of slavery. Yes, by way of slavery. That's how we came here. But I tried to explain that slavery did not come from us being taken from Canaan. That slavery came from us by being taken from West Africa and all the other places they say we came from. There is no record where we in America, they say 16, 19, whatever date they give. Where in that date, we were not taken from the land of Canaan. We was taken from different countries in Africa because we were already endured the Arabic slave trade for over 350 years.
What's the significance of that, though? The fact that you're saying that we weren't taken from the land of Canaan. I mean, we at some point we was taken from there, and then, it never said that we were only going to be taken from there once or whatever. This says we were going to continue. All these curses were going to come on us and pursue us and overtake us. So fast forward to this day, we got here through slavery, through the slave trade, which is a result of these curses, right?
Dealing with the Israelites, absolutely. But when we speak about the Israelites and identify the Israelite, that's a whole different story. 350 years, continent of Africa, which denoted the black man, was in the Arabic slave trade. So when we come here, it's not coming from what the Almighty said would befall Israel from their land, because those things took place with the Romans and people like that before the Arabic slave trade even came upon us. So you never went back home. And then after the Arabic slave trade, you got what you call the Atlantic slave trade, or whatever name they put on it. So what I'm trying to say, that did not actually happen from, what I'm trying to say is like when people read Deuteronomy 28:68, they'll say, well, it says that we will go in captivity by way of ships. People believe and think that we actually was taken from our land by way of ships and brought here. And I'm bringing out the history and the truth that is not so. You did not come from the land of Canaan to America.
I don't know where they got that, because it doesn't say that you were going to come from the land of Canaan. It just says he's going to bring us into Egypt again with ships. He didn't say where he was going to bring us, from into Egypt again with ships.
It should
going to happen to us. And
listen to this. The understanding should be from your land. If you the Israelite and the Almighty saying he's going to scatter you from your land, then it should be from your land. It shouldn't be from somebody else's land. It should be from your land. That's how it's written. That's what the Almighty wanted the people about. He said if you broke his covenant, that he was going to scatter you to other nations. So you being scattered from where? Your land.
Right, and that's what happened, because in 64, that's what happened. We were initially scattered, like you said, to all these different places. And then, it doesn't say that, okay, we want to go on these ships first and then be scattered. 64 said we were going to be scattered among these people. And then later it says he's going to bring us into Egypt again with ships. So, I don't know where they get this, thinking that we had to come straight from there to America. It's not even written in there that way.
Well, maybe a lot of that is coming. We know where it comes from. It's coming from these teachers, what that is teaching and trying to make their preaching or whatever match the dots, so to speak. So that's how they teach it. That from there to here. Well, that is not true, and that's why I said the so-called Israelites, because you really can't. I mean, most people, when they say they Israel, you know how they apply or how they try to establish that they Israel? By the curse. Right. Most people. You ain't got no record of genealogy. You can't really prove that you Israel. So the only thing that most people use is the curse. Well, I say, and I hurry up and ask them, well, how do you distinguish Israel? Because all the black men, especially over in America, is under the curse. And all black men ain't Israel.
Well, that's why, like you always say, too, that's why we are still in need to be saved out of this, out of these curses that was put on our forefathers 2,000 years ago. We still in need of being saved out of it.
Absolutely.
Still on that.
Absolutely. Yeah. I agree with you 100%. We need to be saved. We ain't going to be able to save ourselves. I agree, and that's the whole point. People telling us that we can save ourselves by returning and do what it says in Deuteronomy 30. Well, according to testimony, that which is written in Deuteronomy 30 was done in the land according to testimony. We have no testimony where the people ever did it in their captivity and Yahweh saved them. But we got testimony to show that Deuteronomy 30 was done in the land, and the people that was in captivity was shown compassion and brought back to the land.
Yes, and that's not even a part of the agreement. The agreement was if you keep these commandments, these blessings will come on you, and if you don't, then these curses. And there was no provision in there that said, oh, and by the way, if you do fail to keep these commandments and later on you decide, you want to start doing it, then you can bounce back over to the blessings.
That's a good point. Let me ask you this, or anybody else on the line. Let me ask you this, because it kind of go with what we're talking about and what's written in Deuteronomy 30. Do the word bethink mean to study?
No.
Say that again.
Do the word bethink? When we read Deuteronomy 30, it says, and you bethink yourself. Do that mean study?
You remember?
I don't think.
And that's so.
That's old English.
Okay, but what I'm trying to figure out, I know, I just want to see, do the people know, when it says bethink, Deuteronomy 30 says, where is it at? The first verse? Yeah, the first verse. And it shall come to pass when all these things are come upon thee, the blessing and the curses which I set before thee, and thou shalt call them to mind among all nations, whether Yahweh have driven thee. Call them to mind. Do that mean think? Do that mean study?
No, sir.
No, it don't.
It's more remember.
Nope.
And to remember something is what you know. See, to remember, just like a memorial, to remember something is what you know. It's something you experience. He even said it, when the blessings and the curses befall you. So this is something you know, something you have experienced. Well, we are taking the word call to mind as what we done studied. We done been through Rastafarianism, Islam, Christianity, and we still studying now. We saying, all right, we doing this. No, you ain't. You studying. That ain't this. And your study might not even be 100. Your study might not even be right, but you study.
Exactly. And I looked it up. I looked up the word bethink. Just to share it. And it says, it says bethink, and it says be thought, be thinking, be thinked, to cause oneself to reflect on or consider, to remind oneself, to remember, to meditate, or to ponder. And that's all we're doing right now.
Well, think about it. Our pondering come by way of what? Studying. And a lot of us still ain't on the same word. That is not what Yahweh's telling the people in Deuteronomy 30. He ain't telling you when you get in captivity and you start studying. That ain't what it says. That ain't what that means.
No.
You're right. Yep. So right.
Yep.
So we ain't actually be thinking nothing. We studying. We coming up with these things by way of studying and by way of being taught. And a lot of things we've been taught is wrong.
And he did say that in the latter days we would consider these things.
Well, that's later on in retrospect. That's Jeremiah.
Yeah. But it's still relevant because Jeremiah gone already. I'm just saying, I would think it would be relevant.
Yeah, but I'm
we are considering these things.
But even what Jeremiah is saying and considering, that is the people that was actually, in the land that's actually messing up, and the Almighty bring these things upon them. Then they consider, you know what I'm saying, because of the fierce wrath of Yahweh. See, but when you bring it back to Deuteronomy 30, these people ain't under no wrath. They being told what will befall them. They ain't under no wrath or nothing. They getting the law. They right there. They cool. They just being told what will befall them. And that's what I'm saying. This denotes somebody that's actually been under the blessing. It ain't talking about somebody, daddy, 20,000 years ago under the blessing. It's talking about somebody that actually experienced the blessing. And then down in the 15th verse, it's it's talking about somebody that actually experienced the blessing, because it says, see, I have set before thee this day life and good, death and evil, and that I command thee this day to love Yahweh thy Elohim, to walk in his ways and to keep his commandments and his statutes and his judgments, that thou mayest live and multiply. Yahweh thy Elohim shall bless thee in the land whether thou goes to possess it. So it's talking about some people that's actually under the blessing. We have never seen the blessing. The only thing we know about the blessing is found in Deuteronomy 28. That's the only thing. Other than that, we know nothing about the blessing.
And to offer some information, I don't know if anybody else knows this, but I was privileged to run into a professor who had indicated one of the things that they did not reveal, and a lot of our people may not know this, but just like we are living in America today, having descended, a lot of us, from people that were brought over in ships, in the fleeing part of the scriptures where Yahweh said he would scatter them. Well, scattering don't necessarily mean by ship alone. Scattering mean by any means necessary, whether that was fleeing, whether they were traveling, whether they were being forced because they had been captured by people, chased, whatever the case may be. The interesting point that the professor revealed to me was that what people don't know is that there were millions of black folk living in Europe and Asia, Eastern Asia, in their own communities who were constantly under attack. But they had value to, and there's some history that alludes to that. So when people want to investigate, just investigate it for yourself. I did it already, and I'm telling you, it's very interesting because they put those people on ships, not the parents. They took the children because they wouldn't leave. The queen had got together with another person, I think it was a French queen, the Spanish king, and they got together. They couldn't do it by themselves. They needed another ally, so they tried to get Portugal, the king of Portugal, to do it. But he said, I'm happy with these black Jews. And so they bring me money. I mean, if you look back at the time if you look in your history, you'll find out that Hannibal was all up in Europe. And you had a lot of black Jews who had also become members of the Roman armies. So they were,
I was just saying, another good book by a black professor, Rudolph Windsor, is the book Babylon to Timbuktu. That also shows how the Israelites were scattered, but it don't really denote Europe. It denotes all the African nations that the Israelites were scattered to. And that's why even today, a lot of people from Ghana and all of them will let you know that they have some ties, or some of their religion or whatever has the Israelites in it, because a lot of Israelites converted, and a lot of the Ghanans and people like that converted into the knowledge that those so-called Israelites have. So the book by Rudolph Windsor, Babylon to Timbuktu, is a good book to read to show you the dispersion of the Israelites, how they wind up in a bunch of the African nations before the Atlantic slave trade.
Exactly, but I read that back when I was 18. It was given to me as a little Jewish girl had a crush on me, and she gave it to me. She wanted me to know how great I was, supposedly. But the thing is that journey has continued, and my mother thought we would get together. She's like, the little girl like it. I'm like, I don't want her. But anyway, the thing is, I'm trying to emphasize is that it was a surprise to me to know that Europeans considered a lot of the swarthy black people, and it's out of the mouth of kings and queens that they wanted to get rid of them. There were two groups of blacks that were in Europe that was irritating to the presence, because they were causing converts to the knowledge of Yahweh. That is a fact that this professor pointed out for those that did do it. Because remember, even though they had the knowledge, that didn't mean they were living according to the rule, but they had more of the knowledge than we got today. Because the books that they held on to prior to converting a lot of the Ashkenazis and other people, all kinds of people, French, whoever happened to be interested, these people were seen as a menace to the Queen of France because they were doing one thing, which the New Testament was founded upon, which is they were taking money out of their Christianology, because they were converting their people. It wasn't that they were converting anybody. It was just that they were interested in the God of Yahweh. They were interested in these peoples, and I thought that was very interesting. And anybody that may not have known about that, naturally they want to say we all came from Unga Bunga. They want to say we all came from Africa. They want to say that that's where it all began, because that's where it all. If you go to Africa, you don't understand that they took hundreds of millions of children to Africa, or maybe not hundreds of millions, but they took a large number of the kids that they did not kill or that they did not leave in Europe to become Christians. That's how you got trained, intelligent black kids. They were the black descendants of the Jews that were in Europe, and that's why those captains used them. That's why they could trust those kids, because they raised them. They took them from their Jewish black parents. There's a famous painting that they have in the National Smithsonian Archive that depicts that period. It was in 1348 when they expelled the last remaining blacks out of Europe. They snatched those kids, sent them on big ships to Africa, because the Portuguese were the ones that had relationships with all the gold over in West Coast and the Ghana coast, and they were trying to find an African king to hold all these little children from 3 to 20 years old. Well, they kept them there, and it was interesting because in 1348, it was approximately 70-something years later that they went down into Africa to recuperate them, to grab them, and they started using them and taking them into the slave trade. They started using those people who now thought they were Africans. So there's a history that is interesting that people might want to check out. I just thought I would throw that out there.
Yeah, where would you find that information, brother?
I will get that information for you, and I will give it to Brother Shemuel, and you guys can get it from him, or
we'll just let you. We will let you present it next week after next. So you just once you get it, then you'll be able to present it. But with you giving the date 13 something, that is after the Arab slave trade and all that. That's still way after. Yeah, it's way after.
It's way after. It's way after. But the point is that they were called Jews.
Oh well,
and the big issue was they were converting the Europeans. And the queen was the one that was really the one irritated by it. It was always the woman. It wasn't the men who had such a problem with it, although they did have a problem with Hannibal, because there were two black groups over there that were all up in the Iberian Peninsula, and that was the Carthaginians, which were Arabic in nature. They were into the Mohammedan and all of that kind of stuff, those brothers. And then you had his brother. They were the Ishmaelites, I would call them. And then you had the Jewish, not Jewish, but the Israelites. And they were called that, and they don't want people to know that. And so there may be some connection there, but I thought people might want to know that. Because when I found out about it, I was totally blown away. Now, I will tell you this. Since I've found this out about 3 years ago, 2 to 3 years ago, I noticed they've been trying to hide it. So
let me say this. Let me say this. The scripture tells us in Deuteronomy 32, it says, I said, I will scatter them into the corners. I will make the remembrance of them to cease from among men. And that, what you just stated, is a form of making their remembrance cease. Same as being in the being in the Arabic slave trade. That's why many Africans call themselves Muslims, because of the conviction that was placed upon them. They either had to convert or they died. Many kings, I'm talking about African kings, had took on Islam to stay alive. And the kings had to teach the people the same religion that they just accepted. So all those things go hand in hand with what Yahweh said when he said, I will scatter them into the corners, I will make the remembrance of them to cease from among men. And it says, were it not that I feared the wrath of the enemy, lest the adversaries should behave themselves strangely, and lest they should say, our hand is high, and Yahweh have not done all this. So that's why the Almighty didn't allow it to go, and that's why people still have some type of connect with the scriptures, but in its totality, the remembrance of us have ceased. No one on this call can show one record of genealogy of who we are. We are only calling ourselves Israel by vouching, by conversion, converting. That's the only way we can call ourselves Israel. We can't prove it by way of record. There's no record of genealogy to prove that we are Israel. And every black man and woman is not Israel.
And the only thing I got to go on.
Hold on, Dre. Let the sister go ahead, sister.
I thought that curses were given to us as a sign to know who we are.
Say that again.
I thought that the curses were also a sign to show who we are.
Well,
help us to remember who we are too.
Well, when it comes to the black man, all of us is under the curse. According to the book of Isaiah, the Almighty said he made all the African nations to drink of the cup. It was Israel that had to wring it out and sip the last of it, but all the African nations drunk of that cup.
What do you mean?
According to Isaiah, I think it's the 14th chapter. Let me turn there right quick.
I thought that meant like they all had us in slavery. They all had a part of us in slavery. Like they're all guilty for their parts.
No, that's speaking about how the Africans was under the same condition. That's why when you look, there is no African nations that is superior, and there all the African nations, all the black people is inferior, and all the black people is not Israel, and that's why I keep bringing that up. All black people is denoted the same, but they all are not Israel. But the curse is supposed to be on Israel. So why is the curses seen to be on any black person? I say this all the time. If you can have an Ethiopian, you can have a Nigerian, you can have a person from Ghana, and you can have a person from America, all black in a car. When the police pull them over, they ain't asking who is Israel. Every one of y'all are seen the same. They're going to treat every one of y'all because of your skin color.
That's just in America, though.
No, I'm talking about worldly. Worldly.
No, it's not like that over there.
What?
And like in Africa, it's not like that. Like they're not pulling you over because of your skin color or because, anything like that.
I just use that example. I'm just saying, even in Africa, all of y'all is going to be inferior. Even in Africa, all of y'all are inferior to the so-called superior nations, which is the white folks.
Yep.
They all depend on the white folks. You look at the United Nations and all that, it's the white man. Even though they let them be part of the union, it's the white man that's superior. Every time the Africans or the black people need aid or whatever, it is the white man that is called upon, and they hoping that the white man provide. There is no superior nation, black nation in the world. And they always compare us as the same, even though you might be from Ghana. And look at this. Look how the Ghanas and Nigerians and all them come here. They come here. Even though they talk about how beautiful their land is, they come here to live. Or Europe or Britain, they go to those places to live.
Mm-hmm.
Even though Haiti fought for their independence, it is one of the poorest black nations in the world, even though they fought for their independence. It is one of the poorest black nations in the world, even though they fought for their independence. So I was just trying to relate that, some of these things are so deep. Like it says in the book of Ecclesiastes, the way the Almighty did things, man will never be able to really figure it out. So a lot of things, we ain't going to be able to figure it out and tell the whole story. But just looking at the pieces that we have, it showed that we are inferior. We was once superior, now we are inferior, and as you stated earlier, sister, we need to be saved out of this to become superior once again. So it's all about being saved, but when we was dealing with Deuteronomy 30, the people was teaching us that shows how one was to pull himself up by his own bootstraps, and I can't teach that because Yahweh said he was going to save us out of our troubles. We was never going to save ourselves. The scripture says Yahweh get the glory. Well, if you saved yourself, Yahweh don't get the glory.
Right. Hallelujah. You're right on it.
I'm just trying to bring out how what was being taught to us dealing with Deuteronomy 30 and Deuteronomy 29 is said that part too, where it says those that not here with us. And I asked, wouldn't those people be under the law? It says he making this renewal of the covenant with those that are here. And he said, also with those that are not here. So I'm asking the listening audience, wouldn't those people that is not there also be under the covenant of the law? Wouldn't they have to be there to continue the terms? Absolutely. Because that's that's what he's talking about. He ain't talking about to a bunch of free people and relate those same words to a bunch of captives. Absolutely not.
Exactly, because that's what they be teaching. They be saying that when he says, and to the people not with us, that they talking about us way 2,000 years later. I'm like, no. It was
no, that's not us. Nowhere in the world.
Exactly.
The one thing that I would like to add to this is that also it has come to my knowledge that this one thing that we can look at that's different from any other people on the planet is the fact that Yahweh said of Israel that he would use man to be the rod against them. And we would be under them, and they would rise up great above us, and they would lend to us, and we would not lend to anybody, and they would rise up all over everybody. So one thing we can say, and I will say this, if you look at the white man, he has the power because Yahweh has given him that power. He has the power to hold us captive, to vote, unless he's telling us he wants us to vote a certain way. And most of us, like robots, just follow whatever people say, and we don't do our own research. But my thing is that Yahweh is the one that is giving that man the power. He's not any better than us. It's just that Yahweh has made him better than us in order to be that rod of affliction over our heads. And that is something that all of us can relate to all over the world, because when Haiti fought their fight, they won. They beat the French and all their allies that worked with them. But then what they did was after they beat them, Yahweh didn't allow it to continue. He didn't allow them to maintain that, because they came right back after they had freed themselves, and France came right back with a whole bunch of their brothers, European nations, and said that unless the Haitians paid them, I think it was a ridiculous amount of money to pay back for all what the plantation owners and slave owners had lost, plus interest and some other stuff, and Haiti's been paying that back ever since. And then what I'm saying is that they took Yahweh gave them the ability and the power to literally come into their government, even though they had won their freedom, come into their government and set up a bank that made sure that they would always be in debt. So being a poor country is another sign of this condition, I would say, to be considered. I don't have to be right. I ain't trying to be. I'm just putting information out, because what do I know? We all just sharing information. So I'm just sharing information that I'm going to try to get some information together, see if I can still find these things. And it'll be stuff for everybody to check out for themselves, and then everybody can decide for themselves. But that's the beauty of what I believe is something I hold on to dearly. And it's an ancient scripture. I don't remember where it was, but Yahweh said his people would be asleep for 3 days, and on the second day he would begin to awaken them, and the third day he would raise them up to glory. And I think that in the process of everything, I think this is all of what we see happening as we wait, as we trust, and only him. So that's all I was just trying to say. I hope that don't sound like I'm getting off on something else, but I think the hope here is in that message. I think there's hope for Israel even though you feel downtrodden, even though you feel like, well, then who the heck are we? Like the play we gave one time where the little girl said, but what about me? Well, what about me? Well, Yahweh's message is full of hope for Israel. But you got to read and you got to study, and you got to be able to, it'll give you the strength to accept the position that we are in. And that is to be patient, keep studying, and that's all you can do is he's focusing on our hearts. And that's what I could say is you got to love the truth. You can't be biased, and we're going to be judged by those things. And that's just the way he's judging everybody else as well, through their hearts, because don't nobody know, just like Brother Shmuel was saying. We don't know. So the only thing we got to go on nowadays is our hearts, being fair, knowing that Yahweh is the protector of truth.
Well, it tells us in Isaiah 42, it says, who gave Jacob for a spoil and Israel to the robbers? Did not Yahweh, he against whom we have sinned? For they would not walk in his ways, neither were they obedient to his law. Therefore he hath poured upon him the fury of his anger, the strength of battle, and it hath set him on fire round about. Yet he knew not, and it burnt him, yet he laid it not to heart. And in Psalms 89 it says, then will I visit their transgression with the rod, and their iniquity with the stripes. And in 2 Samuel 7, it says that he will visit their iniquities with the rod of man and the stripes of the sons of men. So that's why man is over Israel today, and man is only over Israel because Yahweh used man as the belt. Man is the belt, but man is not controlling the belt. Yahweh controlled the belt. Man can't do no more than what Yahweh allowed.
Hallelujah. And I would just like to end my comments with Isaiah 45. Isaiah 45, verse 7, where Yahweh says, I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, Yahweh, do all these things. So in our message tonight, he's letting us know we can't run, we can't hide. Ain't nobody to turn to but him. So in our studies and while we're waiting, and we don't really know if we're gonna please him and he's gonna make us a part of it, but I do believe in the scriptures he talks about a resurrection of all of Israel. So with my Jewish rabbi friends, when I used to debate with them, I don't do that with them anymore because Yahweh's Spirit put it in me to stop giving them information. And so because all they were doing was taking whatever I would argue and show the point to defeat them, they would just turn around and flip it 2 or 3 years later, and then you would see them raising it in later on in their videos. So that is something that I don't do anymore. But I have learned to just be quiet and just leave. It's hard sometimes, but that's a mess. That's something I got to get control over. My tongue be trying to jump out my mouth sometimes, but it's a beautiful thing when you do control yourself and just trust in Yahweh and know that it doesn't matter. He's the one that's going to decide. Like he said, I'm the one that choose who live and who die. So we just got to accept that. We got to accept that all the way. And just let him. He's the one in control. He's the one in control, and he's the master. So, hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Is there any other comments or questions? It's 10:35. Is there any other comments or questions?
Shalom, shalom. This is Brother Yamin, Israel.
Shalom, bro.
Shalom.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that it's a beautiful presentation, and I think it proves that. Like a lot of people say that you have to learn Hebrew and you got to know Hebrew to fully understand the scriptures, but these testimonies just prove that you don't have to be able to speak fluent Hebrew in order to decipher what the scripture is trying to convey to us. So it's a beautiful presentation, brother. I'll praise the Most High.
Hallelujah, and that's absolutely true.
Hallelujah.
And also the elders said that the scriptures speak for itself. And that is not absolutely true to one that is have lack of knowledge. If we don't understand the book, how is it speaking for itself to us? So, and when I say us, I'm not even talking about us. I'm talking about the Israelites themselves. That's why Yahweh set up the priest to teach his people. If the word spoke itself to you, then you wouldn't have needed the priest to teach you what the words say. So the Almighty allows us to know that that is not so. That's why he set up the priest to minister unto him and to teach his children what he has said. So Hallelujah. They had to be taught. They had to be taught. We had to be taught. And it wasn't about the language. It wasn't, today I'm speaking about the Almighty speaking to our people. I'm not talking about the Johnny come lately. I'm not talking about us. Right. Us today, right. We truly need to be taught. Ain't nowhere in the world we understanding these things in darkness unless Yahweh provides some type of light for us to understand what we have understood this day.
And that requires a priest, don't it?
Yes, it's supposed to
be. He ain't supplied that for us yet. That's right. Hallelujah. He said he took Israel's priest, his king. He don't have a priest, and you know the story. So
is there any other comments? Is there any other comments or questions before we close?
Israel will never want to admit that they know nothing.
That's exactly right, sister.
Yep. It's hard to do.
If there isn't any other comments or questions, let us end the presentation by reading Psalms 99. Psalms 99 in closing. And I thank the listening audience for lending the ear that you may hear, that we fear Yahweh and depart from evil.
Hallelujah.
And a lot of people don't even want to do that. They rather say they keeping the covenant of the law than fear Yahweh and depart from evil. And the covenant of the law definitely tell you to depart from evil. But they don't want to say fear Yahweh and depart from evil. They want to say they under the law.
Yeah, because I think they hide behind that. You don't have to face yourself because you out there looking like you think, you dress like you know something. You dress like you're on the right path. You look like you. It's like they used to say back in the day when we used to go to church. They say, look at all these people. They all doing dirt, but then on Sunday, everybody look like the perfect family.
Psalms 99 in closing. And it reads, Yahweh reign, let the people tremble. He sit between the cherubims, let the earth be moved. Yahweh is great in Zion, and he is high above all the people. Let them praise thy great and terrible name, for it is holy. The king's strength also loves judgment. Thy does establish equity, thy execute judgment and righteousness in Jacob. Exalt ye Yahweh, our Elohim, and worship at his footstool, for he is holy. Moses and Aaron among his priests, and Samuel among them that called upon his name. They called upon Yahweh, and he answered them. He spake unto them in the cloudy pillar. They kept his testimonies and the ordinance that he gave them. Thy answered them, Yahweh, our Elohim. Thy was a Elohim that forgavest them, though thy tookest vengeance of their inventions. Exalt Yahweh, our Elohim, and worship at his holy hill. For Yahweh, our Elohim, is holy. Hallelujah, hallelujah, and shalom, Israel.
Hallelujah.
Shalom.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Shalom.
Hallelujah.
Thank you.